Excuse me. Hello, hello. Today we're going to be talking about dreams and visions. What is in those dreams and visions you have? I don't know. Maybe we'll share it out and see what it's about. Today, yes, it'll be an interesting day. We're going to be talking about dreams and visions and what they mean. But in the meantime, we can talk about any stories or experiences about spiritual, paranormal, and extraterrestrial. If you want, feel free to hit the guest request and come on up. And we'll see where it leads. But the main topic is going to be about, it's going to be about dreams and visions, hello energies. If you wouldn't mind hitting the shares and the likes, it would be an honor to have you do that. Well, hello and welcome to the live.
Hey, how are you?
I'm alright, and how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah, so it's interesting that you brought that up because, like I was talking to you the other day, I was just shown a vision of that Emerald City.
Yes, there's many emerald cities.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure which one I'm going to, but it's like a beachy one.
Beachy one.
Yeah, it's beachy. It's like
Beachy and
circle.
beachy.
Yeah, it's circle. The city, it's circle.
Dream. Alright, would you like to talk about that dream? And we'll see what's going on. Why does everybody keep asking to come up but nobody's there? Weird. Yes, dreams and premonitions are tonight's topic. So, would you like to talk about your dream, miss?
Yeah, we can talk about it.
Oh, sure.
So, what do you want to talk about it? Because
Your
I
dream,
wasn't
miss.
I
How
wasn't
did it
shown.
start?
Well, I wasn't shown very much. It was during the meditation I'm supposed to listen to before my QHHT, and all I was shown was this giant crystal city. Oh, there's the moon. Sorry.
Okay. Was it more of a futuristic or more crystalline, or I mean,
It was
there's many
crystalline.
cities.
It was crystalline. It was futuristic, crystalline, green-ish.
Well, from my experience, I know that there is two. I know about two. I know there's one in a place called Evermore, and we have it. It's the Emerald City, and what we have there is a lot of magic users are there on Evermore. But there's also another one, and that is from where the Emerald Order Council meets. It's that Emerald City, is the Emerald Order. They're kind of like the Divine Order, but the Emerald Order is more of the ancients, more of like Thoth, the Anunnakis and stuff like that.
See, that's the
Celestial
one.
sisters and stuff like that.
That's the one that I feel like it is. But because you said something, and now I can't remember, but you said something that made me think that it's the second one.
The Emerald
So-
Order.
Yeah, because I thought about the Emerald Order, but it didn't quite fit, because I kept calling it the Emerald City, so maybe it's both.
It could be because that's what the Thoth had done. The tablets out of the Emerald tablets kind of affected with the hello random.
Alright.
And it's kind of the same kind of emerald that came from the city. So that's where that emerald came from. And now nobody can find them because my thinking is they know that the emerald's not of Earth. It's an emerald, but not of Earth. Because from what my knowledge is the tablets were made in the Emerald Order from the Emerald Order City. They made them. They made the tablets, but the Anunnaki and whoever carved the tablets on them. But that's originally where the stone came from itself.
Really?
Yes, because that's why, if you think about it, remember how people talk about when you're listening and read the Emerald tablets, there's the words have magic and meaning in them, no matter how many times you listen to them. It's because when that stone is kind of like magic stones, and when it came from there and it came to Atlantis, and they wrote they carved in the Thoth he carved in the Emerald tablets, and it made those magical. So that's where your Emerald
That's
City comes from.
interesting.
Yeah.
Right on. That makes a lot of sense then for me.
Yeah. That is your Thoth had on the Emerald tablets. I think they carved them on Earth, but the stone I think the stones came from this. I know the stones came from the Emerald Order, but I think they carved them on Earth. I'm not sure. I didn't do too much research on that, or I didn't even ask. They said the stone came from here and they wrote there, so I'm like, okay. So that means if you're seeing that, then that must mean that you're connected to it in some way. Or there's a message in it, and I'm getting that you're connected to it in some way. Otherwise, you wouldn't have it in your head.
When I listened to the tablets for like the very first few times, I can't remember, it's like within the first 10, I had a vision of a past life where I was at the mystery schools with Thoth, so I
That
don't
would make
know
sense.
to what degree.
Well, that would make sense because if the Thoth was also, with the Emerald tablets and you were there, so it would. That's telling you that, from what I'm getting now, it's telling you you should look more into it, the Emerald tablets, but this time don't go crazy.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna look into it via QHHT and go from there.
I mean, you want to think of everything like you want to take it with a grain of salt, but look, kind of like anything else, like the Bible and all that, you want to, take the information that resonates with you, and the rest, don't listen to.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's always truth and untruths in whatever you're reading and hearing.
Right.
You have to be, as Honey would say, use your discernment in what you're doing. And
Mm-hmm.
I was going through TikTok, not to this is off subject and off topic, although, I thought it was kind of funny, and I know if he's listening, if you're going to use my information, you're going to take my ideas, make sure you make a good video of it like you did before. That was really impressive. I'm glad you used my information. And telling people that, that telling people that you've never, no one's it's never been said before. Well, that is exactly what I said on my live. So if you're going to use what I say, you can at least give a little bit of credit. Don't let that ego overstep your bounds there, buddy. But yeah, I don't care if you use my information, but use your discernment. Yeah, somebody posted 3 videos about the topics that I talk about, but it made it sound like that nobody ever brought it up before.
Does it sound similar to a crook?
Yeah. I thought it was kind of funny. I was like, really?
All right.
I've already had that discussion. He basically he basically alliterated what I had said in his own words. I'm like, really? That's exactly what I said. I'm like, whatever. But anyway, back to your dream. On War Vision, maybe it was a lucid dream. Were you there?
I was in a meditation. I was listening to that pre-hypnosis audio.
Well, I mean, it all it all depends, But to me, it feels like, from what I'm hearing and getting, that it's saying something about looking more into the Emerald Tablets and use your discernment. Because there's a lot of knowledge there. There's some that's hidden between the lines.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm a little too good at picking up that part. That's the issue.
Hey, we all are.
True.
It comes and
I
goes.
go a little crazy sometimes with it.
Well, we all go a little crazy. That's how we are. Some people might think us crazy.
True.
Some might think we're smart.
True.
Some might call us stupid or crazy because they just don't believe what we believe. That's fine. To each is their own. Everybody has their own perspective of things. Everybody wants to follow a narrative.
Alrighty, I'm gonna jump off here. But
Alrighty.
thank you for taking time to talk with me about that.
No problem. It was an honor to help you out, and I hope it resonates with you.
Yes, yes it does.
Well, it was an honor to help you. And thank you for your time. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the live. We're down to 2 people again. Yeah. I wonder where people are. Oh, I wonder where you are. And it's probably just a dizzy. And probably a Trina. Oh, today's topic is about dreams. Dreams and visions. And we'll probably throw premonitions in there too. Yeah, we probably will. That's the topic today. Dreams, visions, and premonitions. Well, that's cool. Some people often ask me if I was going to do something like that, and I was like, yeah. Oh, wow. I was involved in something like that, but I can't elaborate. You know how that is with the NDAs. But yeah, it's very, yeah. That's very extraordinary, though. Not many people can get into that. Uh, yeah, there's things out in the is that they know about that they're not saying. There's tons of stuff out there. Yeah, the Stargates. Yep. No, that was the reason why they went into Iraq, by the way. I have a friend of a, well, I'll call her that. She works with them. She works with that group of people, and she's seen stuff and tells me stuff.
This is my favorite topic. And if you look at my videos I share, this is pretty much what I talk about. My dad was part of a
Right?
team in Kandahar that's really controversial. That and I posted photos of that team. I think you probably know what I'm talking about in the mountains of
Um,
Kandahar.
some of them. I've been
Well,
all
there was an
over.
incident where he was supposed to the first team was unalived, and my dad was a part of a recon team where they
Uh-huh.
were supposed to go retrieve two artifacts, but they encountered a
The
being.
werewolves?
No, a giant, a 13
Oh,
foot tall.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
like,
is yeah,
Afghanistan?
yes.
Mm,
This is in
okay. Yeah, yeah.
2002 because 2003 was Jessica Lynch. My father's name was
Mm-hmm.
Master Sergeant Stephen Maggard. He taught the SEER program here at Fort Bragg.
Hmm.
He did a lot of, he was involved in some stuff, but it wasn't really him that, everyone always wants to talk about my grandma because, she was part of the Stargate project. She worked with Hal Puthoff. And I posted all their NDAs, but my grandfather, her husband, he worked for the Pentagon. He was a part of Operation Jedi Warrior, also known as the 1st Earth Battalion here at Fort Bragg in the 80s. They made a movie about it called The Men That Stare at Goats. It was a project inside of the Stargate project. His name was Samuel Maggard.
I have a lot of when I grew up, when I got to a certain age, my son's mother was oh my not my son's mother, my daughter's mother was in the service. Well, we'll put it as her parents were in the service. Long history of that. So she started working with them. So was my daughter. Now they're both working in it, and I didn't want that kind of life, so I exited myself out real quick. But when I was involved in that, I seen some shit that.
I'm working with George Webb and George Knapp currently, as well as Matt Wallace, because I was kidnapped as the baby. I was illegally adopted as a baby into this family. My dad was unalived on Father's Day, and my sealed adoption file is missing from vital records. But I found my mom without it through with this exact topic you're talking about, dreams. I've had them since I was a little girl. And I'm exposing Fort Bragg, 3rd Special Forces Group for Human and Drug Movement, and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base for testing, and how do I say that? Children for research purposes.
Yeah, yeah.
And I have
know
evidence on
Patterson
all
does
these
that.
claims. That's
I know
George Knapp
Patterson
was
did that.
helping on that
I
topic. But
was a lot of places I had to go to. Let's just say that I had to be blindfolded,
hmm
so I kind of don't know where I was unless I was hearing it.
See, and my dad taught me how to draw maps without he was so weird. And now I understand it. But back then I was like, he tried to go AWOL with me in 1991. That's how he lost custody of me and how I was moved up to Wright Pat. My adopted mother is the only parent I have left alive, and she lost her rights away to me at age 11 because she tried to unalive me.
Huh.
She lives in Springfield, Ohio. Funny, right? And
Why isn't that where it is a base?
it's not there because I'm exposing Wright Pat for that, but also I'm trying to bring awareness to Enon, Ohio. It's a tiny village out there. There's a bunch of mounds out there, but there's mounds all over the state of Ohio plus Pyramid, and there's a lot of history there that the military knows about. And that's one of the reasons why that base is built there, in my opinion.
Yeah. There's my friend went to 51, 52 in Ohio,
Yeah.
and and a lot of stuff that I've already got in trouble once for talking about the stuff on TikTok.
I tell them I don't care. They're not gonna silence me, and I hate to
mean,
say it like that, but
I
they
had
won't.
the MIB coming after me.
Oh,
But
I'm a very targeted individual. My parents were on the live. I'm not away from this. My family. Let's see who's in here before I say that. So my stepson's name, yeah, my stepson's name is Mason Disney. If that puts the into perspective. And my birth family are the Gardners. I don't know if you know who Ava Gardner is. She was a movie actress back in the day. That's my biological family. My adopted mother's family are the Griffiths. And I didn't know all this stuff tied together. When I started telling all this stuff, I was being petty. I wanted justice for being orchard as a child, and my mom being unalived on my birthday. At that point in time, I had no knowledge of my grandparents being agency affiliated. I knew that my dad was third generation special forces, but I just thought it was a family legacy thing, not this deep. I've been blackmailed by journalists, Seth Hart from Rolling Stone magazine. And that's how I got George Webb and George Knapp's help is because I stood 10 toes down. And that man tried his best. But I ultimately won. and that was hard.
see, I got when I was involved, I kind of got thrust into it because I had a daughter. So and my mother was into that stuff, and I was like, oh. So I kind of got rooted in that way. And oh my Lord,
Well, I mean, I naturally have these abilities. I'm not trained professionally, but my success rates are documented. I have worked with local law enforcement before on missing persons cases, and I found 3 alive, the majority not. The first one alive was a 13-year-old who was abducted out of Pennsylvania by a 27-year-old man from New York. The 3-letter F agency was involved. And this happened all on this app back in March, actually in real time.
wow.
The account that was helping me was Squatchter. That's his name on here. But that was the first time I got validation. No, it's not. February was the trial for the first case I ever did. Her name was Lynn Landreth, and she was unalived in Lumberton, North Carolina, brutally. But I didn't get any of the information from the detective because it was an ongoing case until the trial happened in February. And that was pretty insane to get that clarification that everything happened.
Do you get when you do that review, do you get do you look through the eyes of the person, or
sometimes
over
it's
their
like
shoulder?
I'm living their experience. Other time I'm like a fly on the wall, but I can zoom in. I can see details. It's weird.
Because I used to get some of them where I was in that person's body watching everything that was happening.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's
got
how I
them
normally
years
do.
ago. And it was painful.
Now we have a missing survivor that's been missing since February 27th from this app and Twitter. Her name is Christine Nicole Spears. So if you ever know anyone in the Seattle, Washington area, I literally had to dox this girl to get her information to be able to file a missing persons report because the police were covering up what she was trying to expose. And her story at least deserves to be heard. That's the only reason why I keep bringing her name up, because I feel really bad. I didn't find her until after.
The minute you said that, I started getting trees.
Yeah, oh, dude, we've already remote viewed. I'm in contact with my grandma's still alive, and I'm in contact with some other remote viewers that worked with her. We've already narrowed down the location. It's just I'm on the other side of the.
Hold on, I'm getting something here actually. Trees.
It's an unnatural position, kind of slouched.
A tree's in a watchtower.
It's
a big watchtower, and it's got 4 sides. It's very big. I'm seeing that, and I'm seeing a mountain with trees on it.
And her father and her brother were involved. And they run a really big church syndicate out there. What she was exposing was human movement and or children-related incidences. She was trying to expose where her father had disposed of said individuals.
Yeah.
She was exposing some really deep stuff, but unfortunately I didn't find her till after she was already missing, or I would have told her to keep some of her cards in her pocket. You can't tell all of it, or you're just, you know what I mean? That's the only reason I'm still here, is they fear my contingency plans.
Yeah, I would. And most of the time when I'm saying something, it's pretty well accurate too.
Yeah.
I would say I'm seeing trees, big green trees.
And it's funny you said that. If you scroll down my page, you'll see the remote viewing session where we did for her. And it was me and what's his name? Brian Smith? No, Brian Jones. And then Tobias Blass, which he's a remote viewer who was trained by Ed Dames, who worked with my grandfather. These are the individuals that helped with this case. The problem is getting the authorities will not go to this location. And
Was she blonde?
No, she's a brunette.
There's somebody blonde involved.
I know that she was trying to take down a big ring alone, and she posted it. She has all the evidence posted on her Facebook, on her Twitter, which is where I'm mostly at because this app censors me a lot. So I'm mainly on Twitter.
It's pretty funny because the stuff that I say, everybody says that somebody else said it or they've heard it before, and I don't do no research on anything. I just go what the universe tells me.
That's why I journal every single day, just to keep myself accountable.
When you said that name, when you said she was missing, all I could get was big trees, a watchtower, a mountain, and it looks like a mountainside.
It's
side
kind
of a
of
mountain
sloped.
sloped downwards.
Yeah, and the way the position she's on this tree is unnatural. It's not like she kind of hunched over to the side. And when me and Tobias were doing this, he's in Brazil. He's in a completely different country. We just had the name. We didn't have any information, and we did this separately. And then we did a reveal live on the air. So like he showed his camera of him doing his stuff. I showed my camera of me, but we weren't communicating at all during that time. Our mics were all muted until the initial reveal, and it was the only difference on our GPS was 1.5 miles, which I thought was pretty accurate.
It's pretty funny, that you came here because it's synchronicity. So you were meant to be here because... Well,
what this moon is today. That's why I've been trying to counteract and get people to get together because they use this particular for negativity. If we can get enough people collectively with the same intention counteracting that, I don't know. I believe that energy can't be destroyed, only transmuted from one form to another. So if we could...
Exactly.
kind of counteract that juju, maybe some people have a chance.
Yeah.
You're the first live that popped up, and I liked the topic. That's why I asked. I was like, oh, dreams. This is right up my alley.
Yeah, I've had dreams and visions, and I had one premonition for 40 years, 45 years.
That's how I found my birth mother.
And every premonition and everything in that premonition has come true so far. It's still playing out.
Like, people freaked out on Twitter because 9 hours before the first attempted, ination on Trump, I had posted. And everyone's like, they've been doubting me for years. And I still, it doesn't stop me from talking, I still posted anyway. Just like all the stuff that's unfolding this year, not trying to be mean, I called it 2.5 years ago. And I begged people to host spaces and try and fight back because this war is not like any of the other ones. It's spiritual. It's a different battlefield.
Yeah. I've been saying that for a while now too. It's like and the reason why I tell, like, normally people ask me, can you read the future? I don't like to read the future because
it's predictable. It changes. It's never just, those variables change at all times.
Especially if you tell them about the premonition or the dream or whatever.
I can't anymore. Sometimes I interject, but I feel like when I interject, sometimes I'm not removing their karma, I'm prolonging it and adding it to myself. And sometimes you have to go through the struggles to learn, and that's hard saying because my dad was unalived on Father's Day and my mom on my birthday, and that was some tough, dark chapters. But I'd have never stood up. I'd have never started fighting had I wasn't fighting for me. You know what I mean? Even though I deserve it. I'm skipping some chapters just because I'm trying to take it easy on y'all.
Right.
But this stuff is way deeper than I had the emotional capacity to fathom.
The reason why I talk about my premonition is because I don't want it to happen, so I talk about it.
I think they are going to happen. I have been writing the same one since I started journaling when I was 7. I'm 37. That's 30 years written down. And I found I'm not super religious. I'm spiritual though.
Me
I don't
too.
fear it anymore, but I used to be terrified. But now I don't want to say I have the respect, but it feels that way. I don't feel like I have to move a finger. It's just going to work out. And it does. And I know that sounds conceited as heck, but I've been through some things and I have no explanation. I really don't. I have video of
For
these
that
things.
girl?
So,
Where that girl is missing, I would look on top. Look on the side of a mountain near a watchtower.
I'll PM you her the location or GPS coordinates that we did. I'm just trying to find someone in that area that might be able to help with recovery. Just because the police aren't taking it serious. If we can get someone boots on the ground to go hiking out there and, check.
It's tall trees too. It's very tall.
I've never been West Coast, but yeah, they're red bark. And it was
Yeah. Red tree with a green.
I was just
On
what
it.
was stuck in my head was the position she was laid in. It was not natural. It was not like kind of like in my head. I'm not an asthma. I still think she was unalived. I firmly believe that. I do believe her father and her brother were involved, and that's I stand on that. But I don't know if she was drugged or what happened. But I felt like she had breathing issues.
It was a family member.
And she tagged everybody on her Facebook page. Like when I was reading her stuff, I was bawling because this girl's begging people to listen.
It was somebody close to her, probably a family member, that persuaded her to go out and take a hike or something, and that's what they happened. That's what I got.
And I'm really glad that she posted all this stuff, but she was trying to expose where they were disposing of children. Her story is, I think, a little deeper than mine, and mine's different. Mine's government projects, and I inherited things. I'm not. I have to be careful. I'm working with some big people to try and figure out loopholes on how to share it publicly, but
Yeah.
it's hard. I never would have
It
imagined.
is. Like there was an airplane that disappeared, and
Oh,
I'm
I've
the only one that
uncovered
had the
27
video.
shell companies owned by the three-letter C agencies, and I'm going to spell this so I don't get bananas again. But they're called TORTURE taxis.
Uh-huh.
Exactly, they sound. And it's not just for moving prisoners; they're civilians. But I firmly believe this is how they're not only moving these illegal substances from this base, but these people. Now I'm talking about specifically 3rd Special Forces Group at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, which we already had arrests, but you're going to see some more because this ring is a lot bigger than I ever originally thought.
It goes way up there. There's like
My dad was
friend,
unalived for trying to expose his unit.
There's
And my
a
dad
lot
was
of stuff.
his job was to put thoughts in people's head. He ordered people for a living. He was not a meager little fly by any means. You know what I mean? And he's not
Right.
the only one that was unalived in that. There's a lot. If you just start looking into Fort Bragg. You have to think, I've been talking about General Flynn, but why is his attorney in my inbox trying to pretend like he's helping me? You know what I mean? When I'm talking about his client. Like, I'm not dumb.
Right.
I pretend I'm playing checkers, but I'm playing chess and risk. You got to stay 3 to 5 steps ahead.
You always got to stay ahead of these people.
And it's literally like forcing yourself to live with anxiety. People are like, why would you do that to yourself? But you're like, are you just going to sit down and take it and watch all this stuff unfold? Or are you at least going to try and make a ripple? You might not be able to turn it to a wave instantly, but those ripples will act accordingly in their own due time. I'm just out here trying to spread a little. I'd rather people think I'm crazy and go try to prove me wrong. That's why I use my real name. Go dox me. And I know that's probably toxic, but, I'm not lying. So at the end of the day, whatever you find is going to help me. In the end anyway. And maybe it'll help them with processing that this stuff is reality and honestly way deeper than how I'm censoring it. Like a friend of mine, Megan Walsh, you probably know of her dad, John Walsh. He runs the America's Most Wanted show. She's implementing him in this movement ring. And she's currently using my court information because she's fighting for her custody of her children, and that same county that tried to take mine when I was 19 years old, and I won. I had numerous individuals over there get fired. And the only reason I won that case is because my dad was unalive during it. And before he was unalived, he had already spoken to them. And I had to hear his voice recording at the court date where he pretty much told them, why are you listening to this woman who wants custody, my adopted mother, when she lost her rights away to her at age 11 because she jabbed her with a sharp object in the chest. So this is that county's been corrupt and since my knowledge, since 2006. And I'm sure way longer. And the fact that she was speaking up about war crimes and things that her family was involved in, and then ultimately slandered, libeled, defamed, and then had her children taken from her, and the youngest one sold. And to see so many other survivors and have correlations, it's weird. I've never in a million years thought I would meet so many other, children of military families exposing same situations that I am, with receipts also.
Yeah, that's what my daughter's mother. She's very in tune. She's very she's got abilities.
They're
Nothing
very real.
I can even do. She's weird. I mean, she runs her own group now, and she can tell things. It's weird.
It's not weird. She just doesn't. She's in tune with it. She doesn't.
It's weird. I said she ain't weird. I think it's weird how she knows things, because it's like, whoa.
Yeah, my
son. I don't know.
My middle son, he surprises me too. Even though I have these things, mine's a little different. I mean, mine's spot on, but he doesn't have the fear or the anxiety or any of that stuff that comes with the trauma. He grew up steady, and so I just can't even put it to words. I just can't wait for the day when he's finally, he's gonna make some ripples. Bet more than I could ever do. The greatest thing that's ever going to come from me is wholeheartedly the people I'm raising. Not any of these missing children, not exposing this corruption. It's the next generation. Having to put my ego in my pocket. Because I've been offered money. I've had people trying to make a documentary. Well, there is one in the works. But I'm not for sale. I'm not selling my soul. And there's people that are still going through what I survived. I can't get my justice at the expense of them. Or I feel like I'm just as bad.
All right. Let's just, do you know about the hybrids?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So I could introduce you to some podcasters. So we talk about this quite a bit. I don't know if you know Penny L.A. Shepherd. She's the only reason I'm on these apps. But you should talk to her if you're looking into that subject.
I was told that I have a connection with up there, and they told me a lot of stuff that's going on down here. I've been told to, within the past month, let's just say, within the past month of the stuff I've been saying, I've got attacked in real life. I've got courts coming after me. People
you gotta
coming
play
after my
back.
money.
Oh, DM me. I can help you with the legal aspect.
Oh yeah, I've got so much stuff going on. Stuff that
Well, that's what they do. They'll
within a
overwhelm
month.
you. They'll keep you in a state of hypervigilance. Or they'll attempt to.
Within a month, they've hit me in 10 different ways.
See, they did that for me from 2018 till 2023. And then I started naming names. I didn't name it all, but Mother's Day, I named my adopted mother's name. I named a couple things about General Flynn and locations that these things took place at. Got some attention, and crickets everywhere. And I know it's a double-edged sword, but at the same time, it gave me enough time to emotionally, prepare for the next round. Because it's literally verbatim.
Right.
It's clockwork over and over and over again. So we have some journalists on Twitter that have been analyzing, because they're literally using spaces just like this And it's psychological warfare tactics that are being utilized on civilians to break you down over an extended period of time, to make you feel crazy, to make you make you isolated.
Yeah.
Then they'll have
And then-
little people come in
I
there
got-
to like trauma bond with you and empathize and act like they can relate to what you're saying just to gather intel. And it's the same stuff over and over and over, just different players.
I
Same
think some of the
pattern.
people on here are doing that too.
Oh, I've identified. I have a list. I know that sounds petty, but I want to expose it. I started writing a book about it, a survivor's guide to navigating the UFO Twitterverse. Because when I went onto Twitter,
So,
that was some.
what do you what's your thoughts on the little Ashtar Command stuff?
I'm on the fence. I definitely
Oh.
believe there's something else out there, but I also believe that our military
is.
utilizes these things and these people. Like my grandmother worked for a corporation called PSI Tech. If you go to the website psitech.net, you'll see that you can pay this organization for their services, and it's one of many. But she did something called astral security, which is very real, but it's exactly what it sounds like. It's to pretty much prevent civilians in other countries from being able to infiltrate top secret locations. But they've weaponized these abilities where they can go into offense mode, where they can attack, like they can literally manipulate people in that other state of consciousness. And in my opinion, it's war crimes against humanity on U.S. soil.
Yeah. Because I've often visited things that, I don't know. I don't even know how to word it. Sometimes I have to watch what I say. I've been rammed lately in the last month.
Oh, this app, they tried. Facebook forced me to do a mandatory 2-step verification a couple years ago, where they wanted me. I had to put this chip thing in my phone to replace my passwords, because they said I had a greater potential to get hacked, and I had a greater potential to reach a larger target of audience. And I only had like 300 friends on there. It's just family, people I know in real life, and I don't talk about this stuff because I don't have to, because they all know it. It's not secret.
Right.
I'm from Fort Bragg. It's a very small area. We might have soldiers, but locally, they grew up with me. So it's not like I'm just some crazy girl on the internet. That's my home. And so for the Facebook to be aware of the targeted harassment that I was going to, face just this year, years before, and lock my account, they did me a favor. But at that point in time, I felt targeted because I was like, why are you forcing me to do this verification when everyone else has the option to do it? I felt really like attacked. And
I got that too.
Had they not did that, information would have been into other God knows whose hands, because I've had that account since 2008, 2009. I have a lot of intel, a lot of information that I had collected using that app, and that would have been a huge liability. Not to mention
That's
the
the kind of crap
emails.
they did to me too.
The email attached to that is the one that my father set up for me. So I have messages from him and my grandfather on deployments, things that we should not have been talking about. And you know what I mean? I'm
And
just
I know-
really glad.
You know they can go into your emails, right, and see where it comes from.
Mm-hmm. I've received boxes of fake evidence. Like, that's how. It's weird. All of this makes no sense. That's the reason why I ask people to dox me, help me figure out, because there's still chapters that I don't have the answers to. Like,
Is
either
it
my
part
grandfather
of your
was.
email?
Pardon me?
If somebody sends you an email, you can look up the IP.
Oh. See, and I'm not techie
Uh-huh.
like that. I'm smart. I can find people and information. Like, well, I guess it finds me. I don't even know how to describe that. Oh.
Now you look at the bottom. Each email has an IP, right? There's a group of numbers, but you look at this certain group of numbers, it gives an IP. No kidding. It tells you where. First, the IP tells you exactly where it is, who the owner is of that IP, what they're using for that IP, and who owns the house or wherever that is. Oh yeah,
Oh, wow.
I used to do that. Yeah.
That's neat. Interesting. I
knew
didn't know that.
Yeah, I used to do that kind of work, so I knew. Every email has that.
Well, it was really nice to meet you. I sent you a follow. I do have to jump off here because I have to go pick up my son from work. But I'd love to talk to you again.
Sure, you can DM me anytime.
Well, it was nice to meet you, and I hope you have a good evening.
Oh, nice to meet you. Well, hello everybody. And how is everybody? It was an honor to have you here. Thank you for coming. If you wouldn't mind hitting those shares, the likes, and maybe, some donations are welcome if you want. Tonight's topic is about dreams, premonitions, and visions. Anybody want anything to add? Anything to say? Come up in the box. Sure. Bye. Interesting guest today so far. We had one talk about the Emerald City, which was kind of a cool dream. And then we had somebody that's working to help find missing people. That's extraordinary. I love the fact that people are using their gifts to help people. I'm honored by that. Does anybody have anything they want to add, they want to share, want to talk about? Hello, Batman. Hello, Trina, Dizzy. Who else is in here? Oh, Sharon. How you doing, Sharon? Oh, and Honey's in here, too. Honey's hiding down there, all quiet. Honey hiding. Ah. Honey, you're hiding down there.
Am I going to have to take my headphones off? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you seem a little faded today.
Okay, I'll take them off.
Oh, bummer.
It's all right. It's okay. How's your day been?
I don't know. I slept half the day away. I went to sleep at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. I woke up at like 4.
Sometimes that can be a good day. I mean, really. If you know.
I woke up going, oh, I have to do a live. What is the live going to be about? I heard a voice in my head, dreams, premonitions, and visions. I'm like, okay.
She already
Well, I made
had
the
it
videos.
planned out, huh? So
Apparently,
who was that lady that was on when I got here?
I didn't necessarily see her name. I was pretty far away from the phone.
I friended her so I could follow her.
Oh, she's very interesting. I like that. That she's using her abilities to help people. And when she said the name, all I could picture was a mountain with trees and a watchtower on the side of the mountain. So maybe that'll help her. I don't know. But that's what I got.
She's from Fort Bragg, she said.
Yeah.
So
And she's very affiliated with some people.
yeah, podcasters and such. Yeah. She sounded extremely interesting, actually.
Oh yeah, she was interesting. I found it interesting. I was sitting here captivated for a moment. I'm like, what?
Yeah, talking about. I only caught like the last 10 minutes, maybe, that she was up. But it was fascinating what she was talking about, finding people and how
Yeah.
they're hiding things and changing things, and a lot of subterfuge. I'm trying to
Right.
talk. I promise I'm not just learning. Anyway, I've been up all day. I got up. I actually got up. I fixed my hair. I put on my makeup. I put on my contacts, and I went out.
Oh, there's another account I started.
Another account
Yeah.
for what?
In case.
Oh, yeah. Just in case. Well, hopefully you'll never need it.
Well, I am gonna work on it. You know, I got to get the followers up and stuff.
Don't you have?
But you know,
You have to have another email for that, right?
yep.
I'm gonna make up another email.
I had it. I have emails that I have like 6 of them because people, like I was telling her, that you know, there's certain people I talk to that I know how smart they are in tracking emails.
Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, I was surprised she didn't know that, because that's pretty common knowledge, actually, that they can track you through your IP pretty easily. It's not a hard thing at all.
No, she probably was shocked that there was confused because its IP is attached to the email.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
A lot of people.
that's been a known thing for a very long time, though, hasn't it? Or am I just?
No, that's a new thing. Like
Huh.
people just think that the email just goes to the people. They didn't know that there was an IP attached to it, and you could look at the IP and find out where who sent it, where it come from, what time it was sent, and everything, and the house location and everything.
My goodness, I learned all that through work. I mean, many, like 30 odd years ago, they told us that. It was mandatory classes for us. As soon as we started using any kind of computerized information at the hospital, we were in mandatory classes about all of that stuff, and I'm not kidding. It had to have been 40 years ago.
Because I had to work with certain people at certain areas, and yeah.
So maybe
Which
it
I
was
haven't
just because it was patient-related stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's why they were so vigilant about it all. But I mean, even the way back when, it was like, you better be careful what you send, who you send it to, where, because we can tell you where it came from. And that was mandatory classes yearly for the whole 40 odd years I worked at that hospital. I don't remember it when I first started, because I started in 1980. And it wasn't until what? It was probably 83 or no, it was before then.
Wasn't the 80s that stupid AOL crap?
Yes, and you had the dial up and the whole, because I took some online writing classes that, I was writing my stories on the computer. And when I'd go to print them out, it was like, a major ordeal to get it all printed out and stuff, and it came out in this funky print. But by 84 is when we really started using more computer stuff, and I'm trying to remember. Then phones came out because my brother had the first. He had one of those bag phones. He was in the military, and back when
Yeah.
they came out with those bag phones that you carried around in your cars, he had one of those. We just thought that was so cool, and then we got a cell phone, but we didn't ever like leave it on. We just turned it on and used it when we needed to, and then turned it off.
I went from the pager to the bag phone to the flip phone.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we always had pagers at work. You know, that wasn't a big, I mean, that wasn't there by any means. But I'm just talking about then we started all having to have email accounts for work. I think it was 1984. You had to have an email account for work. So they started doing all these really heavy duty instructions and informationals, and this is what you have to do to protect your information. And we'll
I
like,
was a teenager then.
oh, stop it. Anyway, then, you know, because it was healthcare, it was like deadly serious. You know, they really meant it. You cannot let any of this information out. You can't talk about it to anybody. You can't have anything that identifies anything or anybody. And then, of course, MySpace and then Facebook and all the things. And so they added all those kind of social issues to our mandatory learning classes about, you know, talking about your work, talking about your job, not taking pictures of your coworkers or your place of work or your patients. Things that you would think would be common sense, but evidently weren't, you know.
Right.
And then,
I
of
was
course,
11 years old in '84.
I understand you said that once already. You don't have to say it again. It's okay. I got it. We're going to change the subject. Okay, so you told me that when you were playing with your phone with your friend the other day with the delayed lighting that the cats didn't show up. And
Yeah.
I sent you that picture. Did you notice that my cat was all lit up?
That was different. That's weird.
And it's not every time. If I'm just taking it of just the cats, sometimes they don't show up. But if they're like, what happened is I kept hearing the cats, and one of my yard kitties had kitties, and they are now up and walking and playing around. And they're right over here in the big bushes where the Mexican petunia is, right next to, it's across the way from where I sit underneath the patio. And I heard the bushes just whacking and rolling, and all 4 of the cats and the 4 babies were all in there just having a heyday, playing and flapping and rolling and slapping at stuff, not each other. Other stuff. So I got the camera out and I was just watching. These fairies are out there just having a time with these cats. And when the cat would be outlined would be when the fairies were right there with them. So I'm assuming that when they were either sitting on them, touching them or whatever, then the cat would light up.
Well,
But
I heard something else last night.
what?
That from them that a lot of them, like, they can't come down in human form, and what they're doing is they're just popping in animals to see what's going on too.
Well, I just know my cats were having the best time playing over there. Just, the bushes were whipping and rolling, and the leaves were crackling, and they were bouncing and jumping. And I caught some pictures of them, but for the most part, I just watched them because it was so cool and fun. And it just felt so fun. You know what I mean? You just felt it.
So if you have it facing you, you can see the outline, right?
No, I don't face me anymore. I just put the picture on them. It very,
So
very rarely.
I could
will-
have my camera like this and use it, and it would just show somebody up on it.
Yeah, that's how I take pictures of my fairies and my Bigfoot.
Oh,
Is I
because
just
mine
take
would work.
pictures because if you'll look at my pictures very closely, there's only one or two where you actually see me in the camera. The rest of the time, I'm front facing that camera to the fairies. That all you're seeing are the fairies. I'm behind the camera.
I thought it only worked in one way. I didn't know if you flipped it, it worked that way too.
Yeah, I don't take pictures of myself
Interesting.
anymore. I only take
I did-
pictures of them.
I didn't know it worked that way. Let me
The
try it
only-
actually.
There's only one picture on the last little bit of my page that has an actual picture of me, and that's
Oh.
because I noticed something was on my shoulder, and I wanted to see what it was. And so the only way to see what was on my shoulder was to actually flip it and take a picture of me. But for the rest of the time, I don't take a picture of me. I just turn my camera on, and here they come. And they know now. They know when I come out here and I turn the back light out that I'm going to be taking pictures of them. And they were right up here in the patio with me, on the benches, in the patio chairs, sitting on the patio table right in front of me, on me. And then there's a bench across the pool they love to sit on, and because that's where the kitties are, and they just line up on that bench and play and stick their head in and out of the camera and wave. But yeah, I'm not taking a picture of me at all.
Interesting.
Yeah. So if you turn the lights out, you can turn that thing on and see if you see anything inside the house with you. Because if you've got fairies, they're in there with you.
Huh.
So let's look at your ball with the delayed lighting and see what's in your ball.
It is. That's turned on.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, it's not really.
That's weird. How come it's not? Are you sure it's on?
Yeah. It shows up right here.
Well, I think it was yesterday when I came out here, the sun hadn't set yet. It was still pretty light. And I actually could see them with some light
Oh,
outside.
whoa.
I didn't have to wait until it was
You
dark.
see that?
I did. There was something that moved in the ball that made it move.
Oh, it's like right here.
Yeah, right around that. Well, there you go.
It looked like it was dancing.
He was waving at you. If they figure out you're taking pictures of them, they get real excited. They like having their picture taken.
There we go. There is another one.
I didn't take all the pictures last night because it would have been hundreds of them, but I just held the camera up and was looking at them very closely. And I can really make out their faces pretty well now.
Okay, if anybody's in this room, do you mind showing up?
The Bigfoot, I can really see their faces, and the fairies. I can see their faces, and I have some Tinkerbells and some, what do you call, they're
Did you
not,
see that, honey?
I do, I see it.
I said if anybody's here, can you show up?
And there he is, or she, or they. Look at that. You have a friend. Paul, you have a best friend. You're never alone.
No. If you're here, can you blink next to the other dragon? You want to dance for me?
They always want to dance.
If you're there, show yourself again. Everybody likes seeing you.
There you go. Look at that. Look how cute you are. Look at you. Show us some more. Show us how you dance.
Are you a dragon? If you're a dragon, show yourself.
Oh, look at that, baby. Look at that one.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
You just take a picture of that one.
Yeah,
Did you see the dragon sitting there?
I did. I did. They love having their picture taken. They just love it. They come flying over here as soon as they see me. And I can feel them. You know, and now like I said, when I came out yesterday, it was still pretty light. The sun goes down in the west, and that's the front of my house, so I don't get to see the sunset from the backyard. But there was still pretty light back here, and I was looking at the Mexican petunias over there where the kitties are, and all of a sudden I could see all the sparkling lights on the petals of the bush. They were just sparkling and dancing and having a heck of a time. They really like those bushes and those trees that are next to them. They don't go by the pond very much. I don't know why. Look, see, you have a friend.
What would you like to know about the Anunnaki?
Spiritual mess. If you want to read about the Anunnaki, read the Emerald Tablets, the Emerald Tablets of Light. Those are two different books. And then read the Lost Book of Enki. And these are all channeled books. The Emerald Tablets were the first ones I read, and it will tell you from the beginning to the end how they started, why they did what they did, how they did it, and how it all started going wrong. And when the seven sisters came in and took care of business and sent the Enlil.
Hey, honey, can you send me the names of those?
Yes, I will.
Because I'm like,
It explains it in detail.
yeah,
Exactly why they came here. Because they came here because their planet was dying. Their
Yes.
planet needed gold dust. So they sent out all their tech to find a place, and we had the most rich environment for gold and other minerals that they needed, because what they had to do, they had ruined their atmosphere to the point that they needed that fine gold dust to sprinkle it out to clean up their air to breathe.
And also the gold was used for manufacturing conductors for the electricities and stuff and their wires. It was
Right.
also used for that too.
So
And that's when
they found that there were some hominids on this planet that they could use for free labor, but they weren't quite smart enough. So they tinkered with them, their DNA and such, to make them a little bit smarter. But they were so big and strong, and when they got a little smarter, they got resentful. They didn't want to be worked like that, ruthlessly in the mines anymore. They got smart enough to band together, and because they were so strong and muscular, they were able to hold their own in some cases, and so the Anunnaki became even more cruel. And so Enki was
You've actually skipped a step, honey.
okay. What?
You skipped a step where they tried first before they created. They found the hominids on here. They were trying to have the Agi do it,
Yeah.
and they were from Mars. And the
Yeah.
Agi were not humanoid creatures; they were more like grays, with a more. You ever seen the some of the pyramids and stuff with elongated net heads?
Yes. I
That's
always
what that-
forget
those-
about them for some reason. I forget that.
Yes.
I skip that part. Some
Yes,
reason.
those were the Agi.
Yeah.
And they came from Mars, and they didn't want to do the work. They said, "No, we ain't doing it because we're not your slaves."
Right.
So, basically, what had happened was, hello, Rachel. What had happened was, is he was like, "You need to work for us and this and that. We'll give you this," and they're like, "No, we ain't doing it no more." So they left the planet, and Anunnaki got mad and destroyed the planet, Mars.
That's
They
why
leveled
Mars. That's why Mars had to go underground.
Yeah, and so when they came back here, they tried to make. They had the hominids were still here, which people call them the Bigfoots. The Bigfoots were still here, and they weren't as smart as they were back then. And what had happened was they tried several different races. That's why of humanoid kind of creatures, but they kept making failed experiments. That's why you have different kinds of apes here, apes and monkeys and stuff like that. Those were the first trial basis. And then what happened is they finally created the more humanoid one, which we call the Neanderthals. And the Neanderthals, they were more smart. They were more humanish, but they had less hair, kind of like a Bigfoot. They took the pattern from the Bigfoot and used their DNA, mixed it together, and became a Neanderthal. And they didn't like that too much either because they were too stupid. So they gave more knowledge to it.
They were killing each other, right? Unaliving each other and fighting amongst each other constantly,
Yeah.
and not getting any work done.
And so, and they were breeding, and it got out of hand, and so the Anunnaki decided to scrap that project and try and they made another version of it, and that's why right now they made us close to what the Bigfoot is, but just no hair, and that's kind of what they did. They mixed the
Well, and
Bigfoot
then
DNA
Enlil-
with theirs.
Enlil was the good brother, and he was still feeling pretty guilty about what. No, I'm sorry. Enlil was the one who was doing all this, and Enki was the good scientist brother that was still feeling kind of guilty. And he came back and was trying to talk his brother into being nicer. And the seven sisters are normally what they call watchers. They
Yeah,
just
what
watch.
makes one of the planets of Palladius.
They're very neutral, but they could no longer remain neutral. It was so bad. They were being so barbaric that even the seven sisters could not remain neutral. So they came, shoot off Enlil and his crew, and then gave us the spark of divinity. And when they did that, they gave us all a choice to follow one path of evolution, which is us, or another path of evolution, which is the evolution of the Sasquatch and the other interdimensional beings who chose to remain the way they were because they were so competent and they were so proficient at opening portals and being the tenders of the earth. They wanted to remain in their form with their abilities to take care of Mother Gaia. So
I had
that's
a portal on my land last night.
I'm sorry, what?
I had a portal on my land last night.
Did you feel it, see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Uh-huh.
I was afraid to go in it because the first one I ever seen, like
Oh, yeah.
in person.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone in it either. So did it just open up, or did you feel it ahead of time, or what was going on?
I was outside and it looked like a smoke ring,
Oh.
and then it just kept opening up, And
That's
I was like,
what could you see inside of it? Did you see anything?
it was weird. Like a different dimension. It was weird.
Was everything like wavy, or could you pick
Yeah.
out things?
Wavy. It was like a whole different dimension.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
I was afraid of it. My first one.
Yeah. I have one at the one corner of my property, and I think that's probably why my yard friends don't hang out by the pond, is because that's where it is. And I think they don't hang out over there because it is a little bit too close to where the portal is. And a lot of weird stuff happens over there.
Yeah.
Strange things show up and happen, and weird things, and it gets, like you said, like the wavy lines on the TV, like it used to be at night when the TV went off.
My grass is now dead over there.
Yeah. Yeah. Things like that would happen. And it was hard sometimes it's hard to keep, things healthy and growing over that way sometimes. I've worked really hard to keep it real pretty around the pond, whereas I don't have to work that hard anywhere else in the yard.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the front yard, and that's that same corner in the front yard, and I have a berm with a tree that has some different kind of mosses and Virginia creepers and stuff on it. And I've put multiple plants and things inside that berm, but only the very most hardy things grow in that berm around that tree, like the Texas sage, the purple sage, and these wild
My dog won't even go near it.
Yeah, when my cats, they walk around, and they built a sidewalk in our front yard, and it goes right up to that corner where the berm is.
Mm-hmm.
And when people walk their dogs in our, across our sidewalk, they will go around it. It's really I watch them just go around it. It's really
It's weird, but it's not weird because we know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, until someone explained it to me, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what the problem was. I just knew it was weird over there, and it was a weird feeling. And anytime I was working in the yard over there, I'd always feel kind of weird.
Okay.
And I knew I had a hard time growing things over there.
I have another question. What do you know about a single white butterfly?
Well, do you just have one that randomly shows up, or is it stay with you?
Same time.
It could be one of your loved ones.
That's what I was thinking. Also,
You should ask it. When my sister comes as a dragonfly or a butterfly, I ask her to come sit on my hand, and she does.
yeah. Which is
Well, I
different.
do know one thing, that the white butterfly, it's funny. The tall whites are a white butterfly usually. They're
Yeah,
the white
they're-
monarchs.
Oh, is
I
that what
have
it looks
baby
like?
monarchs. A ton of them.
Yeah, we do too in our yard. Is your white one? Is it a big monarch-looking butterfly?
No, it's a little medium-sized butterfly.
I tend more to. I don't know why. I'm just getting the feeling from you, and I'm not good at this, like Paul is in Brim, and I'm not that intuitive. I don't read.
I feel like it's my uncle because
I get the impression from you that it's a loved one.
yeah. When I took the COVD, vaccine,
Mm-hmm.
cut down my kidneys and paralyzed me from the waist down, and I spoke to my uncle. I will not, and I cry when people say bye to me, but I will not say bye to anyone else because he told me, call me in a couple of days and let me know how you're doing. I called him, and he passed 30 minutes prior.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, And I was in ICU. It's not like I could have went from New Jersey to North Carolina. Yeah, by no means. And I really feel the presence of that white butterfly. Now, I'm in New Jersey. We have black squirrels. There's a white one that comes outside my bedroom window every day.
You have a bunch of spirits there. A lot of your
Yeah.
loved ones are trying to contact you.
And then my dad passed on April 30th. He's not my biological dad, but he's been in my life since I was 3, so he's dad. hmm And I feel him like no other.
Well, they're probably trying to talk to you, so you should actually try to open up. Maybe just sit quiet and meditate and just open up.
Yeah, I sit with 2 light candles. Tonight's actually a full moon. I gotta set some spells out. But I really don't feel like it. Is that normal? Like, I'm not feeling up to spells tonight.
I'm getting the I can't see who it is, but there's a guy and he's saying, I saw the signs. Open up your eyes, you see the signs.
That would be my Uncle Billy. The one that told me to call him in 2 days.
He sang.
Got
He was singing
dark
that
hair.
song to you.
Yeah.
Dark
Yeah.
hair.
And yeah, he used to be a preacher. And then he realized what the church really was, you know?
Yeah, because it's he's standing there in his dark hair, and
Long?
he's kind of a built man. It looks like he's built,
Yeah. Yeah, he used to
and
rap.
he's like, I saw the signs, and he's moving his head back and forth.
That's him.
That's cute. I love that song. That's cute.
I see him clear as day. I'm looking right at him. I can't see what he's wearing, but I can see the dark hair.
Right above
Short,
the
dark
shoulder
hair.
length hair.
Yeah.
Right above the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Not really kinky curly, but it's kind of wavy.
And he's like, I saw the signs. Open up my eyes, so see the signs.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be like I'm washing dishes, and here comes this fluttering butterfly, and I'm like, I see you, I love you.
There's more than one.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's my
Isn't that the most fun thing though? Because I get that all the time, and you know my sister was just a mess, a total mess. She had the
She said
weird,
she was a hot mess.
yes, a hot mess. She had the weirdest sense of humor, and she knows I love and adore dragonflies, and so she comes a lot as a dragonfly, but she likes to come as a butterfly too. But
I have a white
Yeah.
butterfly and a yellow butterfly.
one day I'm sitting here and I'm talking to her in my head, you know, telling her all my grievances. And she sends me these 2 dragonflies that literally were as big as hummingbirds. And they are locked up together doing it. And they hit the bench, and I heard it sounded like a ball hit the bench. And I looked over there, and there are these giant dragonflies just raw dogging it on the bench. And I started laughing until I nearly wet my pants. I had to go inside. She just wanted to make me laugh because I had a lot of grievances that day. And I was telling her all about it, and she just wanted to make me laugh. And so she sent me this inappropriate thing that she
She
would
said,
have
talk to your
thought was-
brother.
I'm not going to stop it. So anyway,
That's what she said.
I know she says it all the time, and I'm not listening. So anyway, it is so fun to me to get. And then my friend, I have a really, really good friend. We knew since junior high. And we stayed friends through all the years. Many of the group of kids that we went to junior high and high school with, we remained friends with to this day. And he was one. And I had just been with him, and I spoke to him on the phone like every couple of weeks we would speak for an hour or two. And he was friends with both of us, but I talk more than Greg does. So he always called me. And another friend of ours had to have open heart surgery. So Dean had come here to stay with Philip during his surgery. We had spent time together and spoken on the phone, and then he had to go back to Houston. So he had given me a long list of instructions and whatnot. He called me when he got home, and he and his wife had built a beautiful home down there in the Houston area, and they were moving in, which is why he had to go back. And they had just moved in, spent there like a week there, and had to go down into Houston proper to do something with their daughter, and he was there by himself. And he was out on his little, what they call a gator, I guess, that little four-wheeler thing.
Yeah.
You know, just riding around the property or whatever. And Linda couldn't get in touch with him, which was very unusual. And so the very next morning, she went home and she found him. The neighbor had just found him, and then she came in. And he was on a gator, and I guess he was just getting off, and he just collapsed.
Oh my God.
He immediately appeared to me as a butterfly. And then he went straight to my friend, whom he'd never met, didn't know at all. He went straight to her to tell her to call me, to tell me to suck it up. He was fine. That it was all that we had been talking about. Because we talked about a lot of spiritual things that my husband wasn't interested in talking about. And we had our own ideas and thoughts about those things. And so he went to Cindy, whom he'd never met, didn't know, had no connection to. He went straight to her. Cindy called me and said, "Your friend is here, and he wants you to know. You just need to suck it up. He's fine."
Oh wow. Brim, you do card readings?
Occasionally.
That's me. I do Lenormand.
Most of them
Occasionally
do
I do
oracles.
readings.
You'll do you did oracles the other night.
Yeah. I did oracles for a manifesting orb.
Well, the oracles were kind of fun. The ones you did, your dragon oracles, they were kind of fun. That's all I do is the oracles. I have tarot, but I'm not very good at it.
I have Lenormand. Lenormand. Lenormand.
These are the ones I normally use here. The ones on the table are the ones I normally use. I use these,
Yeah, the star seed.
those,
Oops.
and sometimes I use these. These are my good ones, and I only use them for special things.
Would you?
And then sometimes I use these.
Oh, nice. Would you care to pull a card for me?
Which one?
I don't know.
Well, pick one.
The one on the
We'll
left.
go with the dragon.
Oh, we both go to it.
See, I am the dragon, so why not?
See, and let me ask you something, honey. You know, I was trying to get April's attention. I am having the same reoccurring dream, astral projection, but it's not the same exact one. I'm like an eagle/owl up in the air and can see everything.
And see, and
Bird's eye view.
I told you on the live that night that you are going into the animal spirit. You are astral projecting into a bird, either an owl or an eagle. And then you're just
An eagle.
cruising around and checking things out. And I think that is
I've been
cool
doing that.
as heck.
I've been doing that. I did that. I've been doing that occasionally too, where the animal's there and I'm looking through the animal's eyes. It's really trippy. So far, I've been in a An owl, a hawk, and a raven.
And it's like when you go to wake up, you don't want to wake up. You want to
Right.
keep going.
Right. I've only done it once and it scared me. And so I think that's probably why I haven't done it again, is because it did scare me. It was pretty trippy. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know anything about it. It was probably 20 years ago. And I just hadn't ever gone there again.
Okay,
Oh my God.
I got 2 stacks here. 1 or 2.
One.
Okay. Pick a number 1 to. What's it?
6.
Okay. All right. Your dragon is Earth and Air Dragon. Represents a perfect balance between heaven and earth. Stay balanced, grounded in your visions. Manifest your hopes and dreams.
Oh, pretty.
Nice.
And what I'm getting from this is now the reading I am getting now is that this dragon's trying to tell you that sometimes you're going to be looking through the eyes of a dragon. You're looking through the eyes of a dragon is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
That is calling it warging. You're warging into a dragon, and you're looking at the earth, and you're flying over, wondering why people are doing this, and just to survey the land. Because you have a lot of energy and a lot of power within you that you have suppressed, and you need to release it.
Yes.
And it's coming forth now.
You want to see my rings?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sorry, I look like hell.
We don't
Oh.
care.
Can't show
We all
that
look
on.
like hell. You should have seen me this morning.
Ooh,
The never-ending knot.
those
That's
are
a Celtic.
very nice.
Yes.
Celtic rings, yes.
Hold on.
I've seen that one before.
Do you see the moldavite in it though?
Yes, I do.
I know it's Moldavite. I had
My
a
daughter
feeling.
has a triquetra tattooed on her wrist.
And that one is a lapis lazuli.
And I have tons of
Huh.
lapis. I love lapis.
I do too.
It's very
It's one of my favorites, lapises.
So on one of the lives you were talking about, you have some medical things happening,
I do.
and I wanted to reassure you. I had that same diagnosis, and I'm fine. I'm fine.
Barrett's?
Yes,
Okay, good.
yes, I'm fine. I didn't have to do any chemo or anything like that. They took care of it with medications. And
Do y'all see the purple hair?
I do. It's pretty. Money green. But yeah, I don't want you to be fretting over that. And the thing is the more you focus on it, the worse it's going to be. So
I take that for it.
the worse it's going to be. So
I take that for it.
the worse it's going to be. So
I take that for it.
the worse it's going to be.
I take that for it.
Well, anyway, I want you to know that you have the ability to heal yourself. You have that ability. You don't
yeah.
need to have
You do.
anybody else. It doesn't need to come from, it doesn't need to be a gift from anyone else. It's in you. It's already there. You can do it. You can do it. You have to believe you can do it.
Somebody said Ruth is really struggling right now.
Yeah, Diane's sister has been really sick, and she's had chemo several times now, and chemo is really hard on your body.
You like those?
Those are pretty. I'm so sorry, Diane. I'm so sorry that.
See,
know,
I did a health spell on myself and it turned black. And then I did a self protection and it burnt real pretty.
Well,
So,
you have to keep your thoughts. You have to keep your thoughts elevated. You cannot focus on.
oh yeah.
You can't claim it. You can't claim the disease. You are not the disease.
I get you.
Are in a dis-ease.
I'm gonna get you. Come here. Come here, my baby.
But you don't have to. You don't have to claim that. It's not you. Don't you picture yourself in perfect and divine health, and you tell your cells every single day that you want them to return to their original and divine and perfect health every day.
Yeah.
You tell, because your cells will do what you tell them, what you think. You are what you think. And
You are the creator of your universe.
as a nurse, I will tell you that disease is focused on organs. Yes, whatever stress is you're going through is the organ it will settle in. If you're
I would
angry,
show you, but the last time I showed my images, I got a 2-week ban.
oh, well, don't do it then.
No.
But anyway, I was going to tell you that I had that same diagnosis. I'm fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah, they put me on Protonics and Bentyl.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
get my teeth on the 31st, y'all.
Good. That's good. Well, we had to go a step above the Protonics for me, but only for 6 or 8 months, and then after that, I was fine.
What did you go on?
I can't remember the name of it. At the time, my insurance didn't want to pay for it because it was expensive, and it started with a D. And it was just off the experimental list.
Dicyclamine?
No, I'll think of it in a minute. Anyway, it was
That's
very
fine.
expensive. They didn't want to pay for it. They wanted me to take the Protonics. But I'd already gone through that. You know, you have to do the tier thing. And I'd gone through all the tiers, and they weren't working. And so he put me on the last one, and that actually worked. I was on it for about 6 or 8 months, and then I don't take anything now.
Yeah, they said it's from acid reflux, which
Yeah.
me and my acid reflux don't get along.
Well, I had esophagitis and gastritis so badly that that's what caused it. But I mean, I'm just saying, your mental attitude toward it goes a long, long way.
Yeah, it's like, if you heard what I was doing before I got on camera, I'm craving shaved ice cream.
Maybe it probably feels good on your mucous membrane. It probably feels good on your throat.
And I keep telling them I have, post-nasal drip. They want to give me amoxicillin. That is not helping.
Well, that's just to keep you from getting an infection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, some of the things you can do for that are essential oils like eucalyptus, peppermint, wintergreen, rosemary. I use all of my my oil dispensers, and and then salt lamps. They ionize your air and keep your air clean and pure. And so whatever room you spend the most time in, get you a giant salt lamp and put in there. But
I barely sit still. Can you see the lump in my arm?
Yes.
What do they call that? Sarcoma.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I think it's just torn. Because before I was, when I was learning how to walk again, that in itself is a headache. I fell and that was one of my key points that I fell on. So I don't think it's sarcoma. I think it's a raised muscle, really.
Or a lipoma. Does it move? Does
Huh?
it move around very easily, or is it stationary?
It's spreading.
It's spread, got bigger. But I mean,
Yes.
does it move? Can you move it?
Like down here. Well, I can't show you. Down here in my arm, it's gotten bigger, and it was just right here.
Mm. It might just be a lipoma, and you're fine.
That
Anyway, don't concentrate on it. Don't give it any energy.
No, I was just listening to my body, because I wasn't doing jack. And I was 89 pounds, and I was like, something's not right. And I was past, the red stuff when I would go do number 2.
Yeah.
But there was no number 2 there. It was just red stuff.
Yeah. It sounds like you had a pretty good case of gastritis, or
I do have IBS.
yeah. And so your mucous membranes are probably very irritated. So pineapple enzyme, mulin, you can take that in capsules or drink the tea. You get a lot of
That's
pineapple.
what this stuff is. It's supposed to be really, really good.
Yeah, or you can.
Soursop with graviola.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything like that helps your mucous membranes will be the best thing you can do.
And I had a
I'm
hysterectomy.
not a doctor. This is for
No.
entertainment purposes only.
Yes.
I'm simply telling you from experience what I've learned through my herbology and alternative medicine courses that I've taken.
And when my kidneys shut down, I have to be super, super careful on what I take. I can't take any NSAIDs whatsoever.
Well,
So I found black cohosh. And, hun, if you're going through menopause, I recommend that over estrogen.
yeah. Brim, you've been talking about hawthorn so much. It got me back on my track because I'd been researching hawthorn, and then for whatever reason I forgot about it. And then you started talking about hawthorn in a different context, and it brought it back to my head. So I'm taking that with my the NAD for the cortisol and my joints and my skin, and it's really it's helping.
I've almost got my room ready, too. I can't wait till I get it done. I'm hanging all my lights and stuff. But on Temu, they have these really thin rugs that you can just nail to your wall. And I have peacocks.
Ooh, my youngest loves peacocks.
So I have a peacock rug that, like a normal size, 2 foot by 3 foot.
Mm-hmm.
And I have real peacock feathers that are over it.
That's cool.
Yeah, I
That's
can't
cool.
wait to show y'all that. I should be able to show you tomorrow night.
What would we do without Temu?
I don't know.
I got this at Temu. What are you talking about?
We
I got a lot of stuff on Temu.
we always made fun of my mother, and Diane will have to remind me what the name of that company was.
Bram, is this a crystal ball? It's purple.
It looks glass.
I don't know, but it's heavy.
It looks like glass.
Did you get it from Temu?
No, I got it from my fiance. He does demolition work.
Well, if
I
you're
didn't think crystal balls had air bubbles.
Well, not a bunch of them don't. No, only a select few, and there would be water. There would be water bubbles, and they'd actually move. But that to me does. Oh, Trina might be able to help you because it looks like glass to me. Trina works in that stuff.
Yeah,
It
it's
doesn't
purple.
look like
We
a
brought it
crystal.
home because it's purple. It's my favorite color.
That's a cool glass ball.
Yeah, I just gotta find a stand for it, Oh, that Degree deodorant they have on Walmart twin pack for $3 right now.
That's a nice thing.
Can you
Gonna
see
bust
the
your rib.
Can you see the babies?
Hold on, I'll show you my babies.
Can you see them, Brim?
Puppies.
They're kitties. They're my babies. Aren't they cute?
Aw, cute kitties.
Oh, your kitties.
Itty bitty
Yeah.
tiny kitties.
Yeah, they're the ones the fairies keep playing with.
Kitties.
Yeah, they're the ones the fairies keep playing with.
Kitties.
Yeah, they're the ones the fairies keep playing with. Oh my God. Yeah, they're the ones the fairies keep
Y'all.
playing with. Kitties. Yeah, they're the ones the fairies keep playing with. Kitties. Yeah, they're the ones.
Oh.
That gum to echo.
Echo, 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 echo.
Bren, this is my self-protection spell.
That's interesting.
Clean. Do you see how clean it is?
Yeah. Huh.
I was proud of myself on that one. Let me show you my babies. Hold on. Oh, no. Yep. Oh, no. Yep. Hold on.
Aw, cute littles.
Oh, cute.
Adorable.
Those are my grands. And then
He's a Palladian.
there's my daughter.
Pretty.
Thank you.
He was a Palladian.
The baby? Oh, look what I did to my closet door
He was a
tonight.
Palladian.
That's what I did to my closet door tonight.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Nice.
Timu. Timu. Yeah, Timu is my best friend.
Yeah, I spend too
I
much
just
money
did a
on
bunch of
Temu.
stuff off Timu. Well, it's all about
Yeah,
my
I
lives.
spend too much.
So when you see, maybe not, I don't know if it's going to be next week. Whenever I do the live after the 28th, you're going to see a lot of stuff changed in this live. Because I went
That's
Timu
my
shopping.
hometown. In North Carolina, when it flooded, that's my hometown.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's Skylar.
Nice doggy.
Yeah, she's 5.
Pretty boy. He's a pretty boy.
And then you saw the old man. He's rotten. Yeah. But yeah, I usually am ashamed to tell people that I've been to prison, but it's your past doesn't define you. It's who you are
Everyone
now.
has made mistakes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I didn't do it. I took charges for my ex. Don't do that.
Mm-mm.
You'll have to live.
Yeah. Yeah, where's he at now, huh?
Prison.
Where he
Prison.
deserves to be, not where you deserve to be.
He told on himself. You know, so I took the charges and then they interrogated him and he incriminated himself, so they went ahead and gave him a habitual sentence.
Good.
Karma's
Sounds
a
like he
bitch.
deserved it.
Karma's a bitch.
Right.
So,
Mm-hmm.
all I'm going to say, you reap what you sow.
Absolutely. So, Brim, after my reading the other night, I've been having a lot of really freaky things happening.
Oh, like
Okay.
what?
Yes, well, first off, I was trying to watch a TV show called From. It's a horror show. And I told Alexa, play From. Well, instead it played Louis Armstrong, Dream a Little Dream. Then it played Bette Midler, two songs Bette Midler from Gypsy Rose. Gypsy, hello, Gypsy. You very quietly told me, yeah, and you were a gypsy too. Which I was like, yeah, I know, I knew that. Because when I was little, that's all I wanted to be for Halloween was a gypsy or a witch. Those two. That was it. I never wanted to be anything else other than a gypsy or a witch on Halloween. So then the next thing that happened was I went to go listen to some meditation music, and it pops up Spiritual Healing Tree of Life and Dragon Healing, the Golden Dragon. I'm like, this is too many synchronicities for me. It's getting overwhelming. It's overwhelming. And I've been having synchronicities ever since, just constantly every day. So I've been like, basically like being a hermit, not even coming online because I didn't want to see any more synchronicities. It's just too much. I'm like, dadgummit, Brim. So yeah.
You missed it the last live. Honey will tell you what I was doing.
Oh, honey, what was he doing?
She rather enjoyed that one. I was
I
talking
think
to
she's
dead
busy
people.
right now. You were talking to dead people. Oh boy.
Uh-huh. I was talking to people's spirits.
Don't talk to any of my dead people. They're all a bunch of liars.
I don't remember how it started even. I think you were just looking at something else, and then someone came in and started talking to you, and it shocked you, and then all these other people started showing up, and then you were reading everybody's people after that. It was really
Dadgum.
bizarre. I mean, it was like an accidental thing to start with. And then all of a sudden, he was reading everybody's people. It was very odd.
It was like, you ever seen Ghost?
Uh-huh.
It was like that. Like, I was like the Whoopi Goldberg, and all of
Like
a
you were
sudden, all
getting
these,
you were getting taken advantage of.
and all of a sudden there was like a billion ghosts like right here talking, and it's like, what the heck?
Wow.
It was kind of fun. I mean, I thought it was interesting how all of a sudden these people just started showing up. And then we got to meet Batman and talk to him. And he's really cool. He had some really interesting experiences. Wasn't that on the same live?
Yeah,
Yeah. It was
I probably should post it.
It was a very interesting live. I thought it took a fun turn at the beginning. It was not anywhere near our topic, and it just sort of went from there. It took a life of its own and kind of went on from there.
Did its own thing, huh?
It did, and of course my fat mouth sister had to show up and show out, which she's been pestering me ever since, and I keep telling her to move on.
She's like, no, I told you, little one.
No. Oh, God, no.
She's like, I know, little one, you're not going anywhere. She's still here. She's like, I ain't going anywhere
I know.
until you do what I say.
I know. She has been really hounding me.
Well, now she's hounding me.
Well, good. I'm glad to share her. I'm very happy to share her, actually. She should entertain you with some of her hilarious stories. I'm going to tell her
Some
to
of her
start talking
antics.
to you. Yes, I'm going to tell her to start telling you her stories. Anyway, my headache is better now that, we kind of talked to him a little bit about it. It's better. Yesterday, I was actually going to go somewhere, and I got up, got dressed, got my makeup on, and got ready, and then I just couldn't. Because it
I
came,
know that feeling.
that headache just hit me like it wasn't there, and then literally it was, and I had to just sit down and meditate and ask him to just please, because it hurts so bad, like all the way down into like my brain stem.
Like the base of your skull. Yeah.
It's like the whole left side of my face and down into my brain stem, and then it goes over into my right neck and down my shoulder, like in kind of my right ear. Because Mia had, that one night that Mia went in and did energy work on me, she noticed that there was a lot of stuff going on over there on the right side too, and it has gotten worse, and then it went away, and then it now when that headache pain comes in, that right side of my neck and shoulder just really kicks in, and I have to just what I do is I can see the ship from the bench that's across the pool from me. So I'll go sit on that bench and look at that ship and tell them, I'm listening. Whatever it is you want to say, I'm here. Just please, this
Put it quietly.
this really, really hurts a lot. And
How do we connect to the ships? Like,
You just ask him when you believe in it.
mine just kind of
whenever,
shows up when it feels like it.
like, okay. We did this earlier.
I swear
if
I
anybody's
went on
here-
one, and I was in a medical bed.
If anybody's here, can you please show yourself?
Come dance for us tonight again. Can you do that? There you go. Look how pretty you are. Brim's friend.
It was a dragon when it showed up. I go, if you're a dragon, show yourself. And then it showed itself, and you can see the wings and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it was golden. It was funny. Come
So
on.
are bats a type of dragon?
Not that I know of, no.
I'm a bat and spider magnet.
That's
There
weird.
is, well, there is, a race of vampires up there.
Somebody else was asking about vampires the other day. And that one person said they had never seen it and didn't know. But I believe there are vampires.
There are.
Yeah.
There's two kinds.
There's
There's
energy
the-
vampires. I know that for a fact
Yes, and then there's the bloodsuckers.
because I was married to one.
I hear you there. Loud and clear.
I wonder
Yeah,
where
I think the
Susan went.
bloodsuckers are more honest. At least they leave wounds just to show that they've been there.
Right? They all still suck.
They also suck. Yeah.
Whoa, did you see that?
Yeah.
What was that?
What in the heck?
I saw a flash, really fast flash, like. Whoosh.
I saw several.
What?
I'm real irritated. I can when I go on my while I'm live and I go into my effects, my saves don't show up in this area. It now when I go just to do my regular thing and I go to save that enhance that delayed lighting is right there, but it's not showing up on this one for the live, or I would show you all of my millions.
There they
Oh.
are. Come on.
Whoa.
Show yourself. Show your dragon form. Come on. You showed us once before. They want to see it again.
Yeah,
Show
you
them,
can do
show
it.
them your dragon. I thought this app couldn't work unless it was like a human energy.
No, I'm telling you, Brim, it works on their energy, not yours.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
It's them. You're picking up pictures of them. What it's doing is interfering with their cloaking and picking up on their energy.
They really
Definitely.
like that side. He really likes that dragon.
Yeah. Because all I do is turn mine on and then just start waving it around the yard. And there are millions of them out here in the yard with me every night.
Come on there. Show your dragon stuff. Come on. Show
So
them what you look
give your
like.
fairies their names, right?
What?
Do you give your fairies their names?
No, I haven't given them any names. They can call themselves what they want. I call them all my loves. There are millions of them in this yard. I don't know that I could pick them out and name them all.
Right.
And then I've got.
They're like us. They all have names. They all have names like us.
I figure they'll tell me what their names are
Yeah.
if they want me to call them by that.
Whoa.
And then my Bigfoot, they've been letting me see their faces.
Cool.
I know I post way too many on my page, but they're just so freaking cool. The way their faces look. And the last one I posted was just a photo, and that
Come on, touch my hand.
fairy was beautiful. She is beautiful.
So what happened to April's granddaughter?
She has really, really, really bad asthma, and they're just trying to get her stabilized. They were doing.
Oh, it's touching my hand.
Yes, he is. Look at that.
Wow.
They were doing some kind of specialized treatments that they could only do at the hospital. And my assumption is, it is my assumption only,
Yeah.
is that they had to use liquid oxygen for that specialized treatment. And that's why she had to take her to the hospital, which was an hour and a half away. And then the baby got worse. So they sent her to a children's hospital that's about 3 hours away.
Leave it on. It's hot as hell when you turn it off.
He's not turning it on or off. They're just showing themselves when they choose.
No. I was talking to my roommate.
Oh, sorry.
Come on, reach out and touch me.
Look at that.
That is
That's
neat.
so sweet.
Wow. Look at that.
Isn't that sweet?
Is. What the heck?
Are you trying to show them that you're the golden dragon by using that image? Why is it you like that side? It doesn't do it on that. Oh, it's not doing it on that side. Are you following me? It won't do it on this side, see?
Huh.
That's wicked.
Only on
He wants
this.
to stay by that medallion there.
It does like that one, for sure.
Well, I think it's a message saying, look, I'm a dragon.
You're so funny. Well, I decided one night that I wasn't going to just take pictures of my stupid self and them behind me. I wanted to actually see if I could see them, and I just turned it around. I just turned it on, put my camera face out to look in the bushes and the trees, and there they all were. And I can
And now
see
look,
them
see?
much better without my face in the way, without my body in the way.
It's sitting here and nothing's happening.
It will show when it wants to, or when it picks it up just right.
Because I had it
So-
sitting here and you can see a gold light flash at the bottom of the screen.
They show up in so many different shapes and colors, and sometimes you can see their wings so perfectly, and sometimes it's a blur, and then sometimes you can just pick out their faces, and then sometimes it's weird. You can see things through them, like you can see the body of the tree, you know, in the middle of the image. It's like it's really weird how sometimes, but some of my fairies are like little Tinkerbell fairies. They're just perfectly shaped with wings and long hair, and then some of them don't look like that at all. They look completely different, and some of them look kind of like trollish. You know, what's the other name for them? Not a troll, not a fairy, but
An imp
uh,
or pixie?
what? I can't think of the name. But anyway, and then I can tell the difference between the Bigfoot and the fairies. I can tell there's a very distinct difference between the fairies and the elves. Now, most of all the ones I see all appear to be free floating. They're not attached to anything, but I'm not looking at my body either. I'm looking at them.
Yeah.
And when I turn the camera around to look at my body, there's something on my left shoulder almost all the time. There's something crawling around on my left shoulder. So I may have a fairy that just hangs out on my shoulder. I don't know.
That's attached to you.
Yeah.
I
But
was told I have 2 on my right shoulder and 1 on my left.
and then when he does it with his face, there's some kind of mask in there. I think we're seeing Brim. I think we see Brim in his armor. Just be still, brother, for a minute. Let's see her. See if it'll show us like it did the other night. It showed us a whole face over your face.
I saw that. So, Brim, what do you think about, am I doing the right type of light work?
There's no wrong kind.
There's no wrong kind. It's what resonates with you.
Yeah.
We
'Cause
all have our
I
different.
did a prosperity spell on somebody and a health spell on somebody. And the health spell, there was like a half an inch dark, and then the rest of it burnt clear.
What is a hell spell?
Health,
Oh, health.
health. Yeah, he had to have his leg amputated,
That's it.
and like he was down in the dumps. I also did, you know, what do you call it? It's not a mood camp. I'd have to get up and tell you. Self-worth on him as well. Like all of them burnt clear. So that's a good thing.
I would say to you that whatever type of work you're doing, what resonates within you and your spirit, it's the intent. It's not
Right.
it's not the tool. It's the intent.
Right,
Yeah.
and everybody's like, "Oh my God, you do witchcraft." I don't do dark stuff. I leave that to my fiance.
Well, and the thing is there's not really light or dark either. I mean, dark is passive, and if you turn on the light, you don't have any more dark.
Yeah,
So you know that it's all perspective. But
Yeah.
if you use a candle, if you use incense, if you smoke or you use cards or you just do channeling. I mean, whatever it is you do, whatever works for you is what works for you. It's a tool. And the only thing that makes any matter is the intent behind whatever it is you're doing. And if a candle helps you concentrate better, then use it. If a card makes you more confident in your channeling, then use them. I mean,
I don't only use just one candle. I like 2 tea light candles as well.
and everybody's gonna have their own way. You know what I'm saying? I've had people who've done readings for me. He said, light a candle on my end, so they could make a better connection. That's their tool. That doesn't mean they're fake. That doesn't mean they don't know what, or they're using some kind of bad or dark or whatever spirit. It just means that is what means to them. And if that helps them, I used to use a candle because about 20 odd years ago, we did a class in church on contemplative prayer. And, he was teaching everybody how to meditate. And I had already learned to meditate long years ago, but, everybody else was new at it. So he taught them using a candle flame. And so I just picture a flame inside my head. I don't need a candle and a flame. I just picture the flame inside my head, which is normally I picture a white light or a yellow white light inside my head and go from there. And that's just connecting with your higher self, really. And so it doesn't matter what you use, and it doesn't matter, how you go about it. All it matters is your intent. And lately, with the energies and the veil being so much thinner, and things are coming through every day, it's getting so much easier for people to be able to connect, through the veil. Whereas used to, you could only go to a medium to talk to your family people, but now you can just do it yourself. And now there's information out there that tells you can heal your own self. You've always had that ability. Always. It's never been dependent on anybody else.
Yeah, if you big screen me, I can show you my little setup. Right now I'm in the floor because I'm getting my bedroom ready.
You're so funny, Paul. You're so serious. Smile. There you go. There he's showing up. Let us see you, Brim. Brim, I want to look at you. There you go.
That was cute. But I use dragon's blood.
There you go.
Like, I swear by dragon's blood. I make my own black salt. These are the cards that I use.
I have a really good friend who's an excellent channeler, but he uses cards because it's actually kind of entertaining for people. And some people think it doesn't work unless you use the cards. You know what I mean?
That?
They don't realize you can channel it on your own. Oh, yeah, I see that spelling there. Well, I don't think I've ever seen those cards.
Okay, these are my pendulums.
I'm still
That's a nice one. I make them.
Handmade.
I make pendulums.
Do you?
Yeah.
He's got beautiful pendulums.
But this one caught my eye because I love crosses. But yeah, this, I got it on Temu too. But I have it on a piece of board. Okay, so here's a money spell. Here's my self-protection. And then, here's the health one I was telling you about.
Well,
So yeah.
and the thing is that those kind of things work only if, if you truly honestly believe. And what does that tell you? That it comes from inside you.
Yeah, and
Right.
this is my little bowl.
They're
I
just
burn
tools.
leaves in
They're
it.
tools.
Yeah, they're simply tools that you can use to feel like what you're doing is the right thing. And other people have to if you're doing a spell for someone else, they have to have that same belief because it's got to work that way inside their own body. You can't create something for them. They can only create for themselves.
It was my birthday not long ago.
Well, happy birthday.
So that is one of the things that I am constantly on my soapbox about on here, is that you don't need anybody else. All you need is you.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like I told
Absolutely
her.
true.
The first health spell that I did burnt completely black for about 4 inches. I snuffed it out. And I called her and I said, put your husband on the phone. And she did. I said, quit blocking me. Let me help you. And then that happened.
Yeah. Well, again, you can't manifest for anyone else. You cannot.
He was begging me to do it, begging me to do it. That's why I called him and I was like, you're blocking me.
Yeah. Well, and people throw out shields. They shield themselves and they shield the ones they love. And, it makes the energy harder to get through. But you can help. I can send energy to other people. What they do with it after that is up to them.
Yeah.
Right.
I can work it all up and get it all sent out, and if they're not receiving and they're not believing, then it's probably not going to help them much.
No.
And if somebody has complete and absolute faith in me, and I send them energy, 100% they'll tell me they feel it. And you know what? They feel it because they were doing it too.
It's kind of like him right now. He's in the hospital, so I'm not wasting my time, energy, and money on him anymore.
I don't do Reiki yet. I'm
Hey,
learning
AK, how
to.
you doing?
Honey does it, I think.
Quantum. I do quantum.
Never heard of
I've
that.
had an interest in that.
You've never heard of quantum healing?
No.
It's a type of Reiki, but it's different. It's more Okay, so with Reiki, you're taking the energies around and pulling it in and sending it out. With quantum, you're using the energy inside you and the person, and so I can use my hands to feel where they hurt, where they're having a disconnect, where they're having a dis-ease. I can feel it in the energy.
Do you feel my stomach right now?
With there's a breathing technique that goes with quantum, that as you breathe, you build your energy up and you build it up. You bring it up from your feet up to your head, down through your neck and into your heart, and out through your arms and into your hands. And your hands will literally heat up like I can iron with my hands. They're so hot with the energy. And I can put it in a ball and put my intentions in that ball and send that ball of healing. Or I can put it directly into my hands and place it on wherever on their body that it needs to be, and that energy will be absorbed into where they need it as I picture it. And because I'm a nurse, the way I do it is using the way I do it is using the way I do it is I hate that loop. Okay, so I'm just using what I'm doing is I'm picturing the actual physicality of it all. I know what the heart looks like inside. I know what the liver and the kidneys and the whatevers look like. And so I'm actually picturing that organ or picturing that surrounding tissues and areas. Other people do it simply by, is the energy dark or is it light? Is it tattered? Is it balled up? They have their own way of picturing, their own way of seeing into the energy. And so it's just something that something that Dolores Cannon teaches. She's one of the ways that she taught for healing, and you can do quantum healing. She does quantum hypnosis, healing, touch, and those are the techniques that I've been learning, along with Richard Gordon has classes that he teaches that concentrate on the breathing techniques that go with building the energy and sending it and that's how I'm learning to try to do it long distance. I'm not very good at distance yet. I'm very good at putting my hands on someone and relieving their pain, their symptoms, and it will last for some time. I can actually kind of break up gallstones, kidney stones. I can help clear, like if there's cholesterol buildup in the vessels, I can clear some of that with just the energy from my hands. I can send things to my kids. I can picture things and send them to my kids, and they will see them or feel them, or they know I'm there. It's quantum is a whole. It's a different type of energy than Reiki. I heard someone say once that Reiki is kind of a recycled energy, whereas quantum is what you're using out of that person's body and out of your own body. I don't know if that makes sense. And Reiki can make you tired, and quantum makes me energized. Because
So can you do something about my postnatal?
I can work on it, but I just told you I'm working on distance. I'm not that good at it yet. You can concentrate on your mucous membranes and send that healing energy with intention specifically to your mucous membranes, and put your hand around your neck and put one around your neck and one across the bridge of your nose, and breathe. Breathe from your feet all the way up to your head, back down to your heart, out through your arms and into your hand, and you can feel your hands heating up. Feel that energy concentrating on the bridge of your nose and around your neck, and you put that intent, and you tell your cells every day, do this several times a day, and you tell your cells, return to your original DNA. Return to
Or
your
you can get some of these balls here, and you bring them, you put them in your hand, and you concentrate, and it amplifies it. You just put your balls in your hand, and you amplify it.
I do use crystals too. I use crystals to help amplify my energy, but it's just, I learned it from Dolores Cannon first. I didn't know what I did. I've been doing this since I was a little girl, and I didn't know, as a nurse, I didn't know that what I did, I knew I was doing something, but I didn't tell anybody because it was too weird. I just would put my hands on somebody and their pain would go away, and I'd just move on. We wouldn't talk about it. But once I started reading about healing, when I first started studying in the 80s, I started reading about, using guides, using energy, and the energy I get, it comes from source. I don't heal anybody.
Leave it.
It comes from source, and I draw it through my crown down into my heart and out through my hands to heal. And I call on my angels, and they show up and they help. And I feel it. My whole head tingles, my arms and hands tingle, and I sweat. I mean, I can feel it. And I know that Archangel Michael is right there. He's always been there. And I call Jesus and Raphael and Metatron. And when Mary Magdalene comes, she assists. And all of that energy starts pouring down into my crown, down into my body, and I bring it to my heart.
Well,
And
even
then
April's live last night, she said that, and I work with Freya.
Yeah, Freya and Athena.
Yeah. Well, I work with all the angels. I work with anybody that's willing to help me. I sit in my car before I go in to help someone. I sit in my car for 10 or 15 minutes with my crystals. I do my breathing. I call in all my guides. I call in all my angels. I feel them when they get there. They have signs that show me who they are, so I know when they get there. They go in there with me, and when I'm working on somebody, I feel that come through my crown and down through my body and into their body. It is not me. It is Source. Source is doing the healing. It's working on the cells. And the person is also doing their work because their belief in what I'm doing, if that makes sense. And I tell them, it's not me. It's God.
Yeah, you know how monarch butterflies are really, really big?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have some tiny ones, like the size of a nickel, that come. And I feel like they're my angels and my gods.
And they probably are.
They land on me.
Well,
and butterflies don't do that.
Yes, they do. They love to land on people. They love to land on people.
My sister does all the time. And sometimes she comes as a great old big brown one just to be obnoxious.
Like, it doesn't happen to my neighbors. It doesn't happen to my roommate. It doesn't happen to nobody.
Your energy draws them to you.
Yeah, you have to, and you have to be aware. You know, they may not be paying attention. A lot of people don't pay attention and don't understand the miracles around them every day. I mean, miracles should be an everyday, all day long occurrence, honestly.
And this
They don't pay attention to the signs.
Yeah.
This white squirrel, I know this white squirrel is my dad.
Yeah. You're probably right. But I mean, there's just so much that we don't know, that we don't pay attention to. It's because we're just not paying attention, because we're busy, because we don't believe in it, or we don't think we're worthy of it for whatever reason.
Too wrapped up in our everyday problems. Yeah.
And then you get what you focus on. I mean, that's just the bottom line, is you're going to get what you focus on. And if you're focusing on being miserable, you're going to be miserable. If you focus on light and happy and joy, that's what you're going to be, and that's what you're going to have. And that's what you're going to radiate to others. Joy. You have to have joy.
Absolutely.
Cryon says your only purpose for life is coming here. Once you were born, you already attained your purpose. Your purpose was to have a life here. And now that you have a life, it's up to you to do what?
Yeah, there is.
It's up to you to do with what you do with your life.
I couldn't be in North Carolina when he passed. I swear to God, the minute that he passed, this white squirrel I don't know how he got in, but I have a window unit in my bedroom, and I had to catch a squirrel. Like, it wasn't aggressive, it wasn't nothing.
Yeah. Well, and things like that happen, honestly, on a daily basis, and people just don't notice. They don't pay attention. And
No, and they
now,
freak out.
nowadays, more and more things are occurring that are what we would consider miraculous or strange or odd, which have probably been happening all along.
Absolutely. I'm from like I told you, I'm from North Carolina. So I used to go up on the parkway. The number of UFOs that I have seen, it's uncountable. You know, just go for a stroll to clear your mind and end up on the parkway. And a UFO coming like maybe 50 feet from you and then boom, zooming off. And I've always tried to catch it on camera, and you cannot.
Yeah.
Not from there, you know what I mean? Because, it's rolling mountains. It's not just hills, it's mountains that they go behind. And it would be like every time I go to grab my phone, they would zoom. So I feel like the UFOs and the ETs they've been trying to do a soft introduction, but people are so in denial in their own little fantasy world. You know what I mean?
Well, we've all got a lot going on lately. There's a lot of things, and I think we put too much emphasis on the negative rather than there's a lot of positive things going on that do not get reported. And we need to have more emphasis on all of the positive things that we are doing for one another. If we weren't doing those things, we could not have increased our enlightenment as much as we have in the last 10 or 15 years. So, as the last few years have gone by, people are more and more spiritual. They are more energetically and spiritually inclined. And I think there are way more good people. Way more.
Yeah, now, when my papa found out that I practice witchcraft, he's disowned me.
Well, and you can't worry about what other people think about you isn't your business. You can't worry about that.
I told him, that's okay, I still love you.
Unconditional love. Do what you do. Be who you are. Be authentic at all times. Is the only thing you can do. And
I told him, I said, you're not going to change me as a person, that's okay. And I still love you.
Everybody in here all knows that all of us at one time or another are, and still are, have been either ridiculed or whatever for our different beliefs, but we're each and every one of us individual and unique. We're all going to have a unique take on every single thing. Nobody's going to think the same thing about everything all the time. If you do, that's kind of boring for one, and it's kind of stupid for another, because that gives you no room to expand. If you have an absolute and you cannot get past your absolute, you're not going to grow. And so you can't worry about what anybody else thinks. You can't worry about what anybody else is saying. You do you. We promote light. We promote authenticity here. We promote joy. Yeah. Life should be lived in joy at all times. You find joy in every single thing you do, every thought you have, and you elevate yourself with those thoughts every moment of your life, and you can only get better from there.
Yep.
Yeah. And you just can't be worried about what anybody else is thinking. Why do you care? Do what you need to do. I mean, didn't Bashar do a video on that recently? Why do you care what anybody else thinks? Why? You do what you do. You shine your light. You are an authentic person. You set your intent. You manifest for you. And as you are manifesting for you and finding your joy, then you become a beacon for other people who are also seeking joy in life. Then you become a beacon for other people who are also seeking joy in life. Is Brim doing that?
I have nothing to do with that.
You know, he just highlights every once in a while certain things he wants to repeat.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is. I think he's just playing us. But anyway, that's just how I feel.
I wouldn't doubt it.
That's just how I feel. I have never ever cared what other people thought about me. It really didn't make me a whole lot of difference one way or the other. I have always been an oddball. It really didn't make me a whole lot of difference one way or the other. I have always been an oddball. AK, yes, we are all Christed beings of light. We are all,
Yes.
Christ consciousness, unity of one. We're all the same person. We're all the same thing. We're all the same soul. We're all one. And what you do to one, you're doing to everyone, including yourself. So then the opposite of that is what you do for yourself, you're doing for everyone else as well. So,
Yeah, and it's a domino effect. Treat others how you want to be treated.
Yep. So
And my mom, she always says to me, I wish you'd stick that up your. I'm like, okay.
Like a Kundalini?
I'll be able to heal you one day, Mom.
Kundalini, that's a good one. That's a pretty good one.
What do you say?
Your Kundalini.
Stick it up your Kundalini.
Kundalini.
Yeah.
And AK seeking joy in the TikTok glitches. So yeah, that's probably true. Because they have been kind of funny lately. Some of them have been. The glitches.
Yeah.
But I am gonna my ship is back. They're pounding my head. So I'm gonna go sit on the bench and have a talk.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
my
And then I'm gonna look and see why I can't turn that enhanced lighting on, that delayed lighting on in my live, because I want to show y'all in my yard. When
Yeah.
we're live, I want to show you. So I'll figure that out. I'll figure out how to do that. But right now I'm gonna. Have y'all seen the moon tonight?
I have not. I haven't been out tonight.
Let me see if I can do it.
No. Leave the cat alone.
Can you see it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it pretty?
It's beautiful. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
Honey, be sure and send me those books.
Oh, I will.
The names.
I will.
Oh,
Send them to you. Y'all can
Brim got you.
see my pretty yard lights.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I come over here, and this is the tree that they play in. I just wish I could figure out how to put my lighting on there. I just wish I could do that. It just won't let me. But anyway, they're all in there. I'll take some pictures of them later tonight because we're going to talk. We're going to have some talks. But
I live in a development, so it's like to get good pictures, it would be bad.
Maybe ask for their permission to show their pictures. Maybe they'll do it that way.
Oh, well, I can do it from my, I can look at them, but I just can't figure
Yeah.
out how, if I'm on Brim's Live, how
How to
I
show
can
it.
get that, how can I get that delayed lighting on me when I'm live?
Click your picture, and then you will see. Hold on.
Right, but it's not included in my choices.
No?
No, it's not. No, I've been working on it all night, trying to make it right. Anyway. So, anyway. What are you doing, Mel? You are so
I found one. I found one that fits me. I'm in a crystal.
It's pretty cool, actually. I just don't know why it won't. It's just not a choice. It's not a choice to choose, and it should be.
What is that one? Well, I've done this one before.
That's weird.
Woohoo! Ride 'em, cowboy.
You see, when I go to my saved ones, it says I don't have any saved, but I know I do. I know I have them saved in my device because I use it every night. So I don't know. I don't
What's
know.
that?
All right, y'all. I'm going to hop off here. Hello, beautiful.
There you are. With your beautiful tapestry.
My tapestry out.
All right, yeah. I'm going to lay down and, I don't know. I go to lay down and my eyes are like saucers, especially tonight. But no, y'all, I got both my rings and both these cage charge on Amazon for under $16 each.
Cool.
That's a pretty good size Moldavite piece. How did you do that?
I have a dealer for the Moldavite. I have more.
You have your ways, another way.
You have your dealer.
So, does Brim have any does Brim have any words of wisdom before we go?
Who's leaving?
I'm gonna go sit there and ask him why my head hurts so bad.
Well, he says that. Let's see.
Because it wasn't hurting, and then now they show up and it's hurting.
Listen to your sister.
It's not there. Not Brim is. Tell Brim to stop.
Tell her, shut up.
Out of it.
Listen to your sister and be who you are. And for spiritual, you're on the right path. Just do what resonates with you, because you're ascending and you're bringing that love to a group of people that are not used to it.
Yeah.
Thank
And with your
you.
divine understanding, they will understand it.
Yeah.
Just because they think you're this way, you're a witch, you're not really at all. You can show them that you're that spiritual person. Just because you're doing these spells, whatever, doesn't mean that you're a witch.
No, I send out
Even
lots of
spiritual
love.
people do that stuff. So, a
Yeah.
witch to me and a witch to Brim is a witch that would do harm to others.
Hmm.
Right. Well, and again, it's all intent. It's all belief, perception.
Yeah.
You know, that kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Love you.
Right? Woo.
And let me tell you what's a good drink. Orange Crush and Mountain Dew mix.
Really?
Oh, I'm addicted. Do you hear it?
Uh-huh.
You know what Mountain Dew does, right, to your body?
It's really bad for your kidneys. Really, really, really. Mountain Dew is.
It also makes you sterile.
I don't think she has to worry about that.
I've had a hysterectomy, baby.
Well, I know we drank Mountain Dew growing up because we lived in Arkansas, and that's pretty much all you had.
Yeah.
Mountain Dew and what are they called? Yoo-hoos, Yahoos?
The Yoo-hoo.
Oh.
Yeah.
They're not the same anymore.
They
Chocolate
taste
water.
weird.
Yeah,
They don't taste like they used to.
No.
they're all watery now, but I know we used to, after we moved to Texas, we would go to Winters, which is about 60 miles. Dad would tell us, I'm going fishing in the morning. Anybody who wants to go has to be in the pickup by 4. So we'd get up, pile in the back of the pickup with the dogs and the blankets, drive to Winters, stop at the first little store, load up on potted meat, Vienna sausages, crackers, Yoo-hoos, Orange Crush, Mountain Dew, and get our worms. But if we wanted lobster, we had to use grasshoppers. We had to catch our own
I wonder
grasshoppers.
where Susan is.
I don't know, was she in here at first?
No.
Honey, if you get canned Yoo-hoos, put them upside down so your flavor goes to the top, and shake it like that. It tastes just like the old ones.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, we would spend the day fishing and eating crackers and potted meat, Vienna sausages with worms and grasshopper junk on our hands and fish mess because we cleaned our own fish, and
Yeah.
we would pile up in the back of the pickup and go home in the dark with the dogs and the blankets and all the fish.
It was always at least one kid got a hook stuck in them. At least.
Well, you had to pray because my daddy wasn't going to help you take it out.
Yeah.
So
You wanted to pray my daddy wasn't the one to help take it out. And he
Daddy
was
didn't-
not gentle.
No, Daddy didn't baby any one of us. No, if you
Yeah, my dad wasn't a babier either.
yourself, or you know. And by the time we got ready to go home, he'd had his beer. And by the time we got ready to go home, he'd had his beer. And by the time we got ready to go home, he'd had his beer. So we're all lucky to
It
be
was you.
alive. He's lucky to be alive is all there is to it.
All right,
Yeah,
y'all.
and
I'm
Angel's
gonna
watching out
hop
for
down
you.
because I keep echoing.
Okay. All
right, Spiritual,
we
take
love
care.
you. Yes, take
You
care.
too.
you.
Love y'all.
Take
Bye
care.
bye.
Do you like my crown, Paul?
Yeah.
It's perfectly fitting.
What you think? I need wings.
Hmm
I should have some wings.
You should have wings and a crown. Yes, absolutely.
I invited Suzanne, but I don't know. I don't think she had a very good day today. I think that on the day she has physical therapy is pretty rough on her.
She run our yeah.
Oh, I know she's had a few rough days lately. For whatever reason. And I'm sorry, I had my makeup on earlier, but I already took it off. So no makeup, guys.
No need for you to apologize for not having makeup on. We love you just the way you are. No need for makeup. You're beautiful just as you are.
Who's playing that beautiful music?
I don't know.
I am.
It's Brim. It's Paul.
Are you playing that for us, Paul?
Yes.
That's so sweet. You're so sweet. So, where did Brenda go? She probably went off to play with her delayed lighting. I was going to tell her something, but I'll talk to her later.
That's probably what everybody's doing, playing with their delayed lighting.
Yeah.
Delayed lighting.
Well, it is fun. You have to admit, it's a lot of fun. And they're probably already mad at me because I haven't been taking pictures of them yet. Because I can feel them all behind me. I can feel them. And they were playing with the kitties earlier, the babies. I don't think you did. You see that, Mel? The babies.
Yeah, I saw the baby. It was adorable.
Yes, there's 4 of
Cute.
them, and then there's 4 little bitty babies, and then there's my 3 white cats and my 1 black cat, and then there's 1 visitor. He's white with these weird oval black dots on him. He's a relatively new stray. He just showed up about 6 months ago. And but anyway, they have a lot of, I think my yard folk have a lot of fun playing with the kitties. Chasing.
I didn't see my pretty hands today.
Say what?
Aren't you happy now to know that you have those that you actually have people in your house? There are spirits in your house, that they're right there with you.
I know they're always here.
Isn't that cool? You can see them now, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see my pretty hands on TikTok. I
Have you
love
done
that thing.
Have you done that, Mel? Have you turned the delayed lighting
No,
on?
I haven't. I'm gonna have to try it. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna have to go outside and do that. Go out in the backyard
Well,
and
that
check
goes
it
down.
out.
She's gonna leave next.
No,
Yeah,
She's
I'm
gonna
gonna
try it.
you don't have to go outside. Do what Brenda did. Just
You do it inside.
Yeah, they're in the house with you too. You
Yeah,
know,
it's
you don't
inside.
have to take a picture of yourself. You can just turn the camera on, and they'll show themselves to you in the camera.
I'll have to do that. I haven't done that yet.
They are really anxious to dance for you, to show themselves off.
Look,
Watch, Mel.
if you're here, show yourself.
Well, oh, he's closer to you this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't up there by the medallion. What was it? He was
No,
right.
he's right by you, like right by you.
Yeah, look at him. Aren't you pretty? Showing yourself off. Yes.
He's doing a little dance.
Hmm. Look at him. He's so cute. Is he holding his hand out to you?
It
Yeah,
looked
you
like
see
he
the
was.
wing?
Yeah, it looked like.
Yeah, I can see the wing that on the left side. Yeah. Or the right. My right, your left, whatever. Oh,
Wow.
that's so sweet. That is so sweet. My grandson called me today. He wants to come spend the weekend with me. And I'm going to show him. I'm going to show him all the things and see what he thinks. He's the one that is trying to evangelize me every moment of his life.
Oh, Lord, yes.
So I'm going to bring him out here and show him the yard fairies. See what he thinks. If we can't talk about it.
That's what I'm saying, and I've come to realize, thinking and looking at that app, that's why I've been messing with it, is now there's no energy, there's nothing over there that can produce any energy.
No.
So, and now here's the thing too, there's nothing over there that can produce the energy, right? I stick my hand out here, it shows the energy.
And there you see it, yeah.
And that in a minute, sometimes it was doing it without me even moving my hand over there.
Right. I don't put my hand in front of the camera and they just show up.
Yeah.
start dancing and flying around, and sometimes I can almost tear them now.
Like sometimes I can sit here and go, "Hey, are you there? Show
And
yourself.
they'll just show up.
Come on, show yourself."
Can you show us? Let us see how pretty you are. Can we see you dance? Can you show us? We want to see you. We're in a baby. There you
Oh,
go.
there he is.
That's
You see,
sweet.
that's funny because he won't show up anywhere else.
But right in that spot.
But for some
Yeah.
reason,
Well, they like their spots, and I can already tell you that there are certain ones that are only in certain spots in my yard, and they don't.
They don't like to move around. Yeah.
Some of them I will never see in any other part of the yard. Now, a lot of times they'll just dance around wherever I am, but there are certain ones that I've been able to identify since I've been doing it every night. I can identify them individually now, and they will only show up in certain spots, and they love the Mexican petunia bush, and they dance all around over in there and play with the cats and play and glitter. They like pop and all over the flowers, the petals. The petals are purple, and they just will light up those flowers and dance all down in the leaves and show their form.
Cool.
The big
and I said, "Hey, if you're a dragon, show up." And what happened? A dragon showed up, and you could see the whole outline of the dragon.
yes, and I wish I'd have taken a screenshot, and I didn't.
Well, it's gonna. I haven't. This video is gonna be saved anyway, so
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I
I'm
keep
gonna have to download all 4 of them. I've been slacking on downloading to YouTube.
no more slacking, Mister.
All right.
Yeah.
We wanna see these videos of your fairies and your dragon.
Don't make us yank a knot in your ass.
I think he calls it his Kundalini, Mel.
It's Kundalini.
I don't think he calls it what you called it. I'm pretty sure that's what he was saying
yank a
earlier.
knot. Yank a knot in your Kundalini.
Mhm. Okay. You
That
know
sounds
what?
painful.
Now they're gone. They're gone now because my head quit hurting.
Yeah.
Now they're gone. Oh no, they just moved. Sorry, I'm wrong.
They haven't left. They're just shifted places where they were at.
They moved. Yeah. They're not in their usual spot. It's kind of cloudy tonight, which is weird. But you know, it's been in the 90s here. Hot. It's hot. And then yesterday it was like 50s and 60s, and last night it got down. And then this morning and today it's been probably, I think the highest it got was 68, maybe 70. And we
Yeah, same here.
We got clouds coming in, but
Getting down into the 40s is in the early mornings.
I'm hoping that the weather stays fairly nice because when we go to Virginia, I don't want it to be too cold. I want to be able
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, especially up in those mountains, you don't want it to be too cold.
Where are you, AK?
Wow.
It's in Alaska.
Oh, well, there it is.
That's
When we went to Alaska, AK, we had made our plans like a year and a half in advance, and we did 1 week a cruise and 1 week we just did on our own in a cabin. And it was the hot on record. The hottest summer on record there. It was the same thing when we went to Missouri to go trout fishing to learn how to trout fish. They had the hottest summer on record that summer that we went. It's like we can't get away.
You take the heat with you.
Yeah. So, which is fine with me because I don't like the cold. But I know it was beautiful in Alaska. It was absolutely gorgeous there. And the flowers were all coming out. They were all so pretty. But you could see the things floating all around in the air. And we both got elevation sickness and allergies. When we got home, we were down for about a week after we got home. Man. But Alaska's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But I don't know that I could be that cold the rest of the year.
Yeah, no.
My brother-in-law lives in Ohio and he adores it. But they only have like 2 months of any kind of warm weather.
Yeah, I can't. I have to have my warm weather.
Yeah, that's probably true. You get all that light. That would be weird too, to have it be light all the time. Never get dark.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That would go along with my insomnia really well.
That is true, AK. It's not very populated, which makes it a nice place to live, right?
Yeah.
We took one of the train tours, and the kid that was doing the tour was talking about how he started out just doing it for money, in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And he, there's nowhere for people to live. They don't have any housing. And so he'd stayed in like 200, 300 square feet places. And then he decided he wanted to work for the train tour, and it's actually in conjunction with the railroad. So he gets federal benefits. So he gets like this major salary with lifetime benefits, all this health and then all the things. And he also got housing. So when he got engaged, they got upgraded. And they had a 600 square foot house. He was so excited. But he was talking about how everything has to be flown in, groceries, any kind of products that they use have to be flown in. So everything's very expensive. And you don't get much fresh anything.
Yeah,
But
I've heard that too.
He would work all summer there and then go home to Wyoming, where he had a Christmas light business. And then he ran that business for several months, and then he would go back to Alaska. So he said he'd already been doing it 8 years, and he never intended for that to happen. He was just going to do it a couple of summers. But the money was so good, and still was, getting better and better. So. And then he said the same thing you did, AK, that there just weren't a lot of people, which was, other than working in the tourist industry, otherwise you didn't have to hang out with very many people. But there just wasn't any place for people to live. They didn't have homes. All the land is either too hard to get to, or it's owned by the state or the government. Oh my God, $8.
$8 for a bag of chips. Oh,
Right.
my munchies.
It's
We
okay.
got Doritos here for $9.
You can come live here with me in Texas, and you still won't know what bad traffic is like. We don't. We live in a small town. It's only about 160,000. It only takes about 15, 20 minutes to get across town on the freeway. The only thing you have to worry about traffic is when the people from the little towns come in for Saturday shopping
Mm-hmm.
or Sunday afternoon out to eat. They don't know how to drive because they live in cities that are,
They're used to driving out in the pasture.
yeah, cities with less than 1,000, you know.
They don't remember that there's a such thing as road rules.
Yes, sir. Texas traffic, it is absolutely crazy. If you go to Austin, Houston, Dallas, I wouldn't drive in Dallas. I'd rather drive in Houston than Dallas. San Marcos, any of those, even Lubbock. Even Lubbock is crazier, and it's not that much bigger than Abilene. But yeah, people in Texas drive like they act.
And
The
if there's
commander
bad
just
weather,
said. The commander
it's
just
bad.
said the actual contact of 2026.
Who said that?
The commander.
Well, Bashir
That's
was,
exactly what I said, ain't it?
and I'm pretty sure that's what Bashir said the other day. He had an interview on Wisdom of the North, and it was not Bashir, it was Daryl Anka himself. The whole interview was with him. He didn't do Bashir at all. And that is what he talked about. And he said what people don't understand is that contact is already happening, has already been happening. People have already been here for years. We've had people living, we've had space people living amongst us for years already.
mm-hmm.
And then the entities are in and out of our dimension constantly. And we're just like, it's like they're having a convention. You know, we're in the arena and they're all in the seats around us, watching us, keeping an eye on us. And they've been doing that for
We're
years.
entertainment for them.
Yeah. Well, they're interested in how we're going to do this.
How we're gonna manage.
And they all have a type of interest in it.
Oh,
One
yeah.
way or another, you know, and I don't think any of them mean us any ill will. They just all have an interest in if it turns out a certain way for their kind,
Mm-hmm.
you know, in their
Yeah.
best interest. So I think we just have to be discerning and, you know, figure it out. But it's gonna happen, and what he and several other people have said is that they're gonna start showing up and just hanging out in the sky until we get used to seeing them. And it'll be like places like in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be hanging out over the ocean, not over our heads, which would intimidate us.
Right.
So it'll be like out where we can just keep an eye on them, and they'll just be hanging there, just kind of like, here we are. We're not here to hurt you. We're just here. And then once we get used to seeing that, then they'll start more negotiations. Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be some,
Yeah, I agree, AK.
yeah, very big decisions. Yeah. Yeah. And that's what all of them are saying, essentially. But, you know, the more spiritual people, the ones that are less galactic, like Suzanne Geisman say, she is more into the spiritual aspect of it. She's in contact, you know, with Jesus and his collective. And the other lady, Sarah Landon, she is in contact with a group that she calls the Nines, and they're saying that we need to be more aware of where we are spiritually and less focused on meeting the space people and the space people coming to bring us med beds and technology and blah blah. You know, we need to be more concerned with our spiritual well-being. Where are we going to be when the earth shifts, when it comes time? You are correct, absolutely correct. Okay. And I don't think he wants us to, you know, I don't think he wants us to worship him now as a savior, as a commander, as any kind of elevated position from us. He's our brother. We're all the same.
Yeah.
I think that that's where we need to focus is on our spiritual side. You know, looking
I
at
agree.
what are you focused on? Are you focused on love, unconditional love and joy? Or are you thinking about what they're going to be able to do for you, especially when they get here? You know, and that's what that's what was bothering me. That was last month.
Last month. This month is a whole totally different thing.
I've been working very hard on it, and Yaya's been helping me quite a bit, and Robin just kind of soothe my soul, soothe my fears. I don't know. I let my thinking get ahead of my heart, I think, and I wasn't used to it. I haven't been doing that for years, and then all of a sudden I let it happen. I got too invested in all of this space videos and people and things, and so I realized I was getting out of my spirituality, getting back into 3D stuff, and I had to get out. I'm a lot better now, a lot better. So anyway, it's 10:10 here. What time is it for you, Paul? 11?
11:10.
Yeah.
Almost 11:11.
Yeah. So it's 10:10 for me.
10 for me too.
It is okay. It is okay. Yes, I agree. And sometimes it's necessary,
Oh, absolutely.
you know.
Sometimes we have to take a step back and breathe a little bit.
Well, and just live. You know, just live. Like, you know, sometimes
Experience.
I'm focused on my spirituality and my meditation and my whatever. I forget that I have a life to live every day, and a husband sitting there saying, I want to go somewhere. I want to do something. We're retired. Why are we home? Let's go do something. You know, get off your kundalini and let's go. I do too. I love all the friends I've made on here, and it is hard sometimes, you know, to make those choices, but
It is.
we have to find a balance, and that's what I'm trying to do.
You have to find that balance and get off your kundalini.
Yep. Get off my kundalini. That's for sure. Off my kundalini and onto my exercise, my vibration plate. I'm going to have to get one of those grounding pads that Yaya's talking about. Because when it gets really cold, I am not going to make myself go outside much. The heated patio is going to be about as far as I get.
Yeah, cold doesn't do well for me anymore. Not like it used to. Used to I could handle the cold, not anymore.
I never liked it. I mean, I could handle it, but I didn't like it. And I still don't like it. And now I can't hardly handle it. It's just, everything aches. But we'll see. We'll see. And I just love everybody. Yes.
Love you guys too.
A grounded blanket. I've seen those too. I've seen those. Actually, my daughter had to get one for her little dog. He was so anxious. She had to get one of those grounding blankets for him to calm him down. I might get one of those too. I'll get a grounding pad and a grounding blanket, and I'll just be a burrito.
You'd be
there
a
you
grounded
go.
taco, a grounded burrito.
Yeah,
Grounded burrito.
I'll be so dang grounded. Won't be able to get me up and get me anywhere. I think that's why he's trying to get me going somewhere, because he knows once it gets cold.
You're not gonna want to go anywhere. Yeah.
No, after a month in Utah, this year, I told him we're not going. We're not leaving home for a month in the winter ever again. Ain't gonna do it. So it's just
Not happening, buddy.
He loves it. He loves the weather, the cold, the hiking, the whatever. Nothing bothers him. He's out there hiking and he's having a great time, and he can go 10, 14 miles and all of that. And I'm just not interested in it. There's nothing about it that makes me happy. So, and I don't like to ski. There's not much, to me, there's not a lot of purpose. And I don't like riding. I'm not good with heights. So if you get me in that bucket, I'm gonna have a hard time jumping out of it, knowing I'm gonna hit the ground and start sliding. That's difficult, you know. So, yeah, skiing never did. We've been skiing multiple times, but I usually stay at the wherever and drink my hot chocolate and sit in front of the fire and read.
Oh Lord, my sister left the sink in the bathroom running last time I went on vacation. Oh my word.
Anyway, so this trip to Virginia will be our last trip for the year. And then we'll be going to, where is it we're going? We're going to Arkansas in April. And then we'll be doing all that big Colorado hiking 3-week trip in June, I think. And then he has another one planned for the Washington area later in the summer. So a lot of these places you have to make it a year in advance.
Yeah.
And so he's got it all mapped out. I'm going with him.
I remember we're used to when we could just load up in the car and go on a day trip and go to any state park we wanted to go to, and it was no big deal. Now you got to make reservations months in advance. It's crazy.
Well, even if you're camping, because my daughter was saying that she had to make it some here in Texas, whatever state park they wanted to go to. She was shocked when she found out she had to make reservations for it, and that was very unusual.
My sister, I would be having a real stern talking with my sister over that business, man. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness.
There would definitely be some Kundalini whooping going on there.
I bet your parents were thrilled. Just thrilled. Well, we took our kids on vacation a lot because we wanted them to experience as much as they could. And, you know, we planned everything so meticulously. We took them they've been everywhere in Texas. They've been to multiple states. And, you know, the brats can hardly remember half of them.
That's the bad thing about taking kids when they're kids, because they don't remember all the good times that you had. And you're like, you don't remember anything we did? I mean, nothing? Hello?
I know. We spent 3 weeks in Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois. And they barely remember it. And they were older. The only thing they remember is they got pink eye.
Oh my word.
Yeah. Probably from the Buffalo River, but you know, they remember
Well, I
that.
wish they didn't have their eye on the Cornelinis.
Now, two of them remember the horseback riding. The other one says, "Did we go horseback riding?" I'm like, "Oh, you know."
I'm so glad we spent all that time with you guys that y'all don't remember.
I know. So when they complain about not being able to take vacations, you know, like they were used to taking, I tell them, don't worry about it. Your kids wouldn't remember it anyway.
Right?
They get it. But at least they were old enough when we went to the Grand Canyon and Yellowstone and places like that. There's no way they forgot any of that. So, and now they're whining because they can't go with us to all these. They were all of them pissed. They couldn't go to Yosemite. I mean, they were really upset about that. That is true. You are right. Okay, I'm good to remember what I had for dinner yesterday, or even today, actually.
Or even if I had dinner. Yeah. Yeah. Did I have dinner?
This is Brim, my second. Are you asking a question, Celestial?
That's me.
That's Brim. Celestial Council is Brim.
You changed it? Oh, I see what you're saying now. Your second one.
That's his second account.
Well,
because you can't say
Backup.
Yeah.
It's a backup account. Yeah.
Well,
you can't add or say anything like make any reference to ad or videos for some reason on live.
Yeah, because they block you immediately as soon as you say something like that. It's like, bye.
They have been doing some very strange things of late to some of my friends.
I know they charged me today too.
They charged you for what?
Oh yeah. No, I'm a little bit pissed off about it actually.
What they charge you for?
For what?
I don't know. Have no idea. I ordered a pen yesterday, and because I was trying to help somebody else, I ordered a pen from them. And it was a cool dragon pen, so I ordered it. I paid $12 for the pen. Shipping and handling was $3.34. Okay, the total came up to $16.50. Okay, cool. Whatever. I woke up this morning, I've got 2 charges on my account. And one is 16 something, the other one's 961. And the 961 says TikTok billed me for general services. I did not add, I did not promote anything. I did not join anything. I didn't subscribe to anything. There's nothing on my account that says why they charged me. They charged me $9.61, and the only thing that I did different is I bought something.
It's very strange.
It is.
Well,
Kinda irritating.
they're giving people whatever they're called for comments like saying like, my heart breaks for you. They're saying that's breaks their rules and guidelines.
Yeah.
Something weird like that, or they use the heart emoji to say I love you, and they get a deal, a notice.
That's weird.
I don't know, but I was charged $9.61 for general services, and I didn't do nothing.
I know there for a while I was being censored every time I would type something in. People would say, why are they censoring you? Because it would say that this comment has been censored. And I'm like, I have no idea. Don't know.
You can't say live, you can't say ad, you can't say video. Don't know why.
Well, and it used to be really bad if you mentioned any of the other platforms. You had to use weird wording for other platforms.
Yeah.
And if I type something in the comments, I have to put a period in between each letter.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just won't show up.
Yeah.
I remember I was on the live one day and I was talking the entire time. Nobody could see a damn thing I was seeing.
Yep. I've had that happen quite a lot.
And then I get up and the boss says, dude, I've been typing for like the last hour.
So you think we've all gone stupid from the calcification of our pineal gland? Because of the fluoride?
Possibly.
The fluoride in our water, yeah.
I don't drink that water.
It's been a great dumbing down. It's been huge, and it's just astonishing to me that people are so uninterested in learning.
Yep.
So, you know, it's just crazy that nobody wants to learn anything anymore. Nobody wants to listen to another opinion. No one wants to acknowledge that it could be different in a certain different circumstance, or for somebody else, or it has to be this way or that way or else way. It's just weird that.
Right? And some people get even offended if you don't go along with your thought process and you don't believe in their world. So they block you for no apparent reason.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you don't completely, absolutely adhere to every single thing that they're proposing, then you're blocked. That's it. You're done. And that's okay, because, I like to broaden my horizons. And if somebody's going to show me that I'm wasting my time, then that's okay with me. I'm not going to.
Right.
They can show, like I said, they can shove it up their kundalini.
It's okay. But like on Twitter, these endless Twitter arguments that people, they're just amusing sometimes, But the most enlightenment I think I've ever gotten is since I started reading things on Reddit. I did not realize that there were that many complicated and stupid people, honestly.
Yeah, there are.
The things they do is bizarre. It's like they made it up. I don't know if I believe it or not. That was an honest to God situation. Sometimes, So it's just hilarious to me that people fight and fuss and argue over the weirdest things that
So
really,
it's 500 to get in the box, right? How much is it to get in the box? 100, right?
Huh?
If I was just an account, how many followers do you need to go in the box?
well,
I
they
think you have to have 1,000.
well, they keep changing it though, Mel.
Changing
It
it.
was 1,000, and then it was 500, and then now I see people getting up with 250, and then I think Commander had some people up on, that had only had 50 or so.
So
Because
how much is it to do a live?
I think you still have to have 800. I think is what it is now. It used to be 1,000. But but again, they keep changing it, so I don't really know. I don't really know the rules, because every time I turn around, they've changed something different. So I don't know, and I don't pay attention. So because I'm not gonna have my own live. I'm not gonna do that. And I got enough followers when I first came on TikTok. I had over 2,000 followers in the first 4 days.
Yeah, me too.
And they were all guys.
Yeah.
And then the psychics came in wanting to do readings. That got me another. We'll see you later, AK. Love you.
Bye, AK. Take care.
Once that all, my followers just went straight up, because I didn't know what I was doing, and I was just accepting and whatever.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing. It's accepted anybody and everybody, and then you get these messages. Hey, beautiful. Do you have WhatsApp? I'm like, what? What's that?
Well,
What's WhatsApp?
The weirdest thing
Never heard of that before.
is when you get them from women too. They want you to join them on Snapchat or something, and they'll have a suggestive picture with it. That's
AK said he would follow you too, honey. He's a guy.
I love you, AK. You're so sweet. But you probably wouldn't send me some of the DMs these guys sent. Hopefully. Thank you. I appreciate that. But that's not what they were looking for, sweetheart.
Yeah,
They would either want me to be the sugar mama, or they wanted to be my sugar daddy, or they wanted to. They were a single dad looking for a mom of their kid.
I love those.
Flat out telling you what it is they want. You know.
I love the fact that all these widowed men with a teenage kid that are looking for a woman to raise their kid for them.
Mhm.
What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah.
What the hell, dude?
Well, you have to give it to them. They come right out and say it. They're not lying. They're not lying to
It's
you.
like-
You know, so I mean, you gotta respect that. I
More
guess.
power to you, buddy, but you're barking up the wrong tree here.
But I don't get on Twitter that much anymore because there's too many people that are just there to be antagonistic.
Yeah.
You know, they just want to fight and argue, and they swarm all over you and try to get you banned. And I just can't. Happy full moon, Missy.
Hey, how you doing, Hopi?
I just showed everybody the moon from my yard.
Mm-hmm.
But oh my goodness, I just laugh and laugh at some of the they've changed the way that they used to just let anybody DM you anything. Now you
Yeah.
have to approve it, which is a lot better. So it's not as yes, it is huge. It still is huge.
Mm-hmm.
It's very pretty. Very pretty. I had a really pretty sunset. I went out to the front and watched a little bit of it tonight. You know, Hopi's not. She's gonna be confused. That's gonna confuse her. You're a mean guy.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
Brat.
You know, I've been whining and complaining about not wanting to wrap anything.
Uh-huh.
So I got on Temu, and they had all this big stuff on sale, and I ordered these giant bags because all the stuff I got the kids are big, like really big. I got them all vibration plates, those what do you call them? No gravity chairs, and these oversized camping lounges, and they're huge and heavy. And so I got on Temu and ordered these giant bags. So all I'm going to have to do is slide them into a bag and pull the string and put a tag on.
Awesome.
And so I thought, how fun is that? So I ordered a bunch of other little bags. So all of the gifts are going to be in bags this year. I got reusable cloth like muslin and flannel. They had some really good prices on them too. So whenever, that's funny. So I guess I'm going to be, as soon as they come in this week, I'm going to be putting everything in their bags before we go, because I'm not going to want to do that when I get back.
Do you have a fan going on in the background?
I do.
Oh, I was like, oh my god, that thing's moving.
Sorry about that.
I was like, what in the hell?
I've been trying to, my wind chimes are so loud tonight. They've really been blowing.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying listening to them.
I hope they're not too loud though.
No, they're fine.
I have them everywhere. With all my dragonflies. So,
I do too, but all of mine are quiet because I've got them where they're in my bedroom. They're not outside. I've got two outside, but I've got 3 chimes in the house. I've got 2 in my bedroom and then one in the dining room.
Well, mine are all noisy. I got a bunch of those wooden ones, but my children walk off with them. Every time one of my children takes them home because they like the way that sounds.
Yeah.
There you are, Brenda. You went away for a little while.
We were looking for you, Brenda.
Mhm. Did you go play with your delayed lighting? Dreams, visions. Oh, I'll have to go look at that. No. Well, Hopi will.
Dreams and visions is a topic today, but on the other account, there's a lot of videos posted.
Actually, we talked about a lot of stuff. We just talked about everything and everything. I don't know that we talked that much about dreams and visions, did we?
Mm-mm.
In the
No.
beginning, before you got here, we were.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You'll have to tell Hopi about that lady you were talking to. I don't think Mel heard her either.
No, I didn't. I didn't get in here.
The Celestial is my other one.
Celestial Council. Celestial Council.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a woman on here when I first got here, and she was extremely interesting about finding lost people. That's what she uses her gift for.
Really? That's awesome.
People, what was it, Brent? People who were lost, like what? Kidnapping and.
Yeah, all the people, missing people, and she helps with that. She uses her gifts to help people. When she came in, it was kind of ironic actually. When she came in, she was talking about it. I got a vision of a mountain with trees, and there were red trees, and she's like, "Yeah, it's that." And I said there was a tower, and that's where she is. So they're trying to get a hold of the department over there and trying to see, because she said, "That's weird. Have you looked at any of my videos?" I said, "No, I just was just sitting here, so I wouldn't know."
Yeah.
I just seen a mountain with red trees, with big tall red trees, and it was on the side of a mountain, and the mountain was at an angle. I could see the trees, and then there was a tower on it, a big square tower. That's all that's what I got.
Did she tell you what region that was supposed to be in or anything about it?
No, not when she first said it. No. And after I said it, she goes, "Oh, that's like Seattle. That's where they've been looking."
Oh. Well, that's
And I was
cool.
like, "What?"
Yeah,
I was like,
I didn't hear that part.
"Yeah,
That's
I
totally cool.
basically." Yeah, and she said, "Yeah, there was a mountain, and there is red trees on the mountain." So I'm like, "Okay, well,
Now
that's
you
what
know.
I got."
Well, maybe you can help her. That's cool. You know? But I mean,
Right.
what I heard her say was pretty fascinating. I didn't get to hear all of it. Maybe she'll come back. Because I'd like to hear more about what she does. She sounded pretty fascinating to me.
It was very interesting.
You know, there's people on here I've looked at their lives a few times that actually do that. That's what they actually do. And then
Yeah, I did.
on the tube of you, they have different accounts where the psychics help the detectives. I love watching those. I love watching,
Yeah, I do too.
and I'll binge watch them like a whole day someday.
She said she's connected to certain people, and that she is also involved with the GOV and certain aspects. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part I came in on that I was listening to. That was pretty fascinating what she was talking about. a little bit scary.
Yeah, I followed her. She followed me. She said she's gonna DM me. I said, okay, fine.
Yeah, so you'll have to keep us posted and let us know if what you told her helped her.
Yeah.
Because wouldn't that be cool if you helped her do what she was, find who she was looking for?
Yeah, I'm kind
That
of
would be
curious in
totally
that because
cool.
I mean that's what I seen in it, and I kind of hope it's not, but I kind of hope it is because I hate to have someone that happen to somebody,
Right.
but it's kind of cool that I was able to have that and see that and give them that information. So
Well,
So you think the person that they're looking for is no longer in this existence?
the person they're looking for, from when I was when it came to me, it was a close family member, and it was somebody that lured her up there under false pretenses and did something. I'm pretty sure it's no. It could be a strangle or a pew.
oh,
Hmm.
God. It's fascinating, though. Really fascinating.
Yeah.
Because I'm feeling sadness with the mountain and betrayal, so that's where I'm getting that.
Mm-hmm. See, I don't know if I could do that or not. I'd be too sad.
And she
It'd
was
be
talking
hard.
about looking through animals' eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I've only done that once, and it kind of scared me. So I haven't tried that again.
No, I really don't try to do that either. I kind of avoid having those kind of things because they kind of bother me some. So I try to keep my distance away from it.
I'm terrified of heights, honestly. Terrified of heights.
So am I.
So I'm a little squeamish.
And she said that she kept seeing her slumped over. I said, and that would make sense if she was on the ledge of a mountain.
Hmm. Well, it'll be interesting to hear back from her.
Yeah.
If she can tell us anything, that'll be very interesting. Okay. So I'm thinking they've hit my head again.
You getting a headache again?
Yeah. So I'm gonna go sit on the bench and see what it is they want. What? I don't know. I might have to take some Tylenol and Advil first. I know that interferes, but
BC powder might not though,
I
because it's just aspirin.
I know, and I could take some aspirin, but BC powder, no.
You can't do BC powder.
Oh Lord, no. My stomach-
That's the only thing I can do. I can't do any kind of. I can't take any kind of pain medicine at all because of my kidneys.
my esophagus would not.
Would not handle it. Yeah.
It would not. It just wouldn't be happy with me in any way.
Jetty's asking, do you have a tuning fork?
No, I don't have a tuning fork, and I thought about that, Jetty. I was thinking about that this last week, wondering, do you think it would help?
I could.
So a tuning fork, this is what I was thinking about it last week when I was thinking about it. Would you order one, or is a tuning fork like a crystal, something that you might want to pick out in person?
I think you can order a set of them off of Amazon.
I
What
know,
you
I know
need.
you can, but what I'm
Yeah,
saying
but
is,
oh, gotcha. Okay.
would it be more?
Well, it depends. I mean, if you want to feel connected to the item, you'd go pick it out. If you're not really worried about that, then order it off Temu
Yeah.
or something.
Well, I'm asking, should I be worried about it? I mean, should that be something that it comes into play, something that would be more effective if it picks me, I pick it? I mean, I don't know enough about tuning forks to know.
I don't
I
know.
have
I
no
don't
idea.
have one. I know everything that I got. I make sure I resonate with it before I do it.
I did go to the crystal shop here in town, Jetty, and they did not have any. That's the reason I was thinking about it, is because I was going to the crystal store anyway. I thought I'd look, and they didn't have any. I may just order some.
I know Temu has them.
Yeah. And, of course, there's Etsy.
Yeah.
And, that might be something that if it's
I
made on
bet you could
Etsy,
find them on the TikTok shop too.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they charge you $10 extra.
Yeah. Maybe if it's made like on Etsy, if someone actually like made it and put their encoded frequency into it, maybe that would be more helpful. Okay.
Maybe.
I will definitely have to Google that and see how to tune them and how to use it. But that's weird. I was thinking about that. You read my mind, Jenny.
Yeah,
All I know
Jetty,
is
come
they
on
were
up.
just a piece of metal lit.
Hey, Red One.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Right on. So, honey, you know me as Jennifer. I'm Jennifer.
right.
I just changed my name. So,
Yeah. You were on Alien Teas? Was it
Yeah.
Alien? Yeah, and that's when I figured out I knew who you were.
okay. So this is the healing tuning fork. It is 500. Let's see.
528 hertz.
Yep. And I can't hold the phone and do it at the same time. Let me see. Hold on. This is what it sounds like. And it's metal. They're all made out of metal. The ohm tuning fork, I don't know if you'd be able to hear through the phone. But oh my gosh, the ohm tuning fork would really help with your headaches. And this one combined.
Okay.
Because
that's the healing tone, the five.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you would use the ohm first, like at the top of your head, your third eye, the back of your head, above your ears, and you want to do it like a few times, but you don't want to go in the exact same spot. You want to move it over just a little bit, because it. What does she say? It helps to activate something, and it brings blood flow to the area. But yeah, there's on YouTube, there's videos on it, and I started using them on my clients. And so yeah, they really like it too.
So it helps them to relax and helps with pain.
Yep. Yes. Have you seen my paintings that I've been doing?
No, I listened to you the other night, and I was gonna go look at them, and I didn't ever go do it.
So
Oh, I
that's
love that.
fun.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's really pretty.
And I just did this one. I called it Rising from the Ashes. So that's that one.
I like
Cool.
that one too.
Yeah. And then that one.
Ooh, I love the colors in that one.
Yeah, it's pretty bitchin'. And then
Yeah.
I have this one that I just finished. And I have a little store where I hang them and sell them. And let's see. So this one says, I am that I am, and I am enough.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm doing a dragonfly. I just
Ooh,
started the
nice.
dragonfly.
Now
Yeah.
you know I'm liking that one.
Yes,
Mhm.
pretty hot.
That's all I paint hardly anymore are my dragonflies.
Yeah.
And you know what's so weird? My 1.5-year-old granddaughter, she was on their way to here from Lubbock. They gave her a piece of paper and some crayons to keep her busy, and she scribbled all over it. And when they brought it in, all I could see were dragonflies. And my daughter was
Cool.
like, "What?" And she looked back at it again, and sure enough, the whole page is filled with dragonflies.
Right. And I'm not done with this one. But it says, I will see you in the everything.
I like that.
Cool.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. I heard that somewhere. I can't remember where. I said, I'm going to make a painting.
I'm gonna, during the winter time when I'm not going to be outside, I'm going to be getting all my paintings out, all my stuff, and I was doing those tiny paintings for a while. You know, where they're real small, and I just love doing that. They're little bitty, and they're just so much fun to do. And you can do a bunch of them, you know.
Yeah. That's cool. So y'all saw the moon tonight, huh?
Yeah, we got to see the moon. Honey showed us the moon.
Right on. Yeah, it took a while because I have clouds. Or I did.
So you had to wait for the clouds to get out the way, huh?
Yes. But my mom's in Mexico right now, and she said that the moon was coming up and it was gold. I was like, what? That's cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
I'm doing that. Dadgum thing, trying to go to another page. That was weird.
So do y'all have Gaia TV?
I did have. I don't anymore. I couldn't afford. I couldn't keep affording it.
How much was it for you?
I think it was $16 a month. I think is what they started charging. I was like, I can't do that.
I
can
think
do,
that's
like-
right, because we looked into it and it was 16 or 18.
Yeah, it was a little bit expensive considering it's supposed to be like spiritual stuff, and y'all are greedy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had it for like 10 years now, and I think I only pay $94 a month. I mean, a year.
A year.
I was going to say,
I was gonna say $94 a month, and I'm
No.
saying it's $16 is expensive. I'm like, what?
Right?
Yeah, $94.
Oh, you show off,
I would
you.
cancel that.
I wish I could afford that. Oh my
Well, at least you
god.
didn't say it's only $94 a month. That's when they really get you and they say it's only, only.
Right.
I would certainly cancel that.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
Well, I used to paint and draw all the time. That was what I did on my days off when I was outside working in the yard. And I put everything away and I haven't gotten anything out. I haven't gotten it all back out. So we're cleaning spaces, and I have in the storage room, I have a cart, one of those big, huge utility carts that's just full because I went into a clay season where all I did was mold like doll faces and hands,
Right.
and I made Santas and fairies and dragons and all sorts of things, and I would sew the clothing by hand after I made the doll and
Wow.
put the hair and stuff all on, and I kind of got burned out on that for a while. But one year for Halloween, I made a doll of every one of my friends at work and dressed them in a Halloween outfit.
Wow.
And it took me about 3 months to do that.
Wow.
But now I want to paint again. I'm just, I'm in the,
111 for likes, and oh my gosh, it's 111 for likes, and the followers were, I mean, the people in the room were 111.
Uh-huh.
That's funny.
That is funny.
well, I told you I was going to get off at, what time was it? 10:10? What?
Yeah.
11 your time. And then I kept talking. I just kept on talking. I can't stop talking.
That's okay. We enjoy you talking. Hey, Batman, how
I
you doing?
wouldn't mind hitting the likes, the shares, and donations are welcomed.
You know what you haven't had yet? Let's see.
Sounds like somebody is. I see a hello. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer.
Of course.
We hear saying all
You should have heard me. I bought something off TikTok today, and they charged me $9 more.
Wow. I love it. That's awesome.
Are you happy now?
You happy now?
All we want is to make you happy. All we ever want.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Bless your little heart.
Right on, Mel.
Yep.
Yeah, I was telling her that I bought a pen off somebody today on TikTok, right? And I'm like, cool, okay, it's paid for. I checked my account when I woke up like really late at 4 o'clock, and I look on there, and it says on my phone, it was a message that came up, says, $16. I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. And then I looked down, it says $9 charge, and I looked at my card, and I have a $9 and $61 charge, and it said services. I'm like, services? The only service I used was buying something off TikTok.
Wow.
I didn't subscribe to anything. I didn't subscribe to anything. I didn't promote anything. But yeah, they charged me $9.61. So I sent a message to my agent. I also sent a message to TikTok, and I haven't got anything back. I told my bank they're gonna block the charge. They're gonna block the charge and whatever and that's not going to happen again because I don't know what's going on because I bought something, but yet I'm being charged $9 for buying something,
What the heck?
and they said, oh, what was it? It was, oh, I forgot the damn word they used. I'm so mad. Yeah, some bull crap they gave me.
How are
I
you
was
tonight,
like,
Batman?
kidding me. I'll show you, actually. This is not bull crap.
I think Batman's having problems.
Yeah,
Okay,
it looks like he's having coffee.
look at this here.
Looks like he's having coffee.
I'll take a
Okay.
little.
See right here?
Yep.
General services. Because
General
what? I bought
services.
something on TikTok?
What the heck? General services.
Yeah.
I don't know what that would mean.
That's what and I looked up on TikTok and it shows this right here. It shows this and this is where I bought something. This one, nothing on my TikTok shows that. And the only thing that I did was buy a pen. So I got charged for a $12 pen, they charged me $26.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah. So you know what I'm not doing anymore.
I'm not going to buy anything off a TikTok shop.
You know that I bought all those headphones from your site off of your live, and you never got any credit for any of them.
I know, and that's another thing. It shows 3 sold. It shows 3
But
sold.
you didn't get
but
anything out of it.
I got nothing out of it. I was supposed to get $8 and something. So I don't know what's going on. And the ID number, like Trina said, the ID numbers don't match. So I have no idea what's going on, but I know they stole $10.
Dispute it with your bank.
I did. They refunded me the money.
Yeah.
They refunded me the
Yeah,
money.
'cause
They're
that's-
blocking.
that's-
They're blocking that.
No more charge, so they can't charge.
How are you tonight, Batman?
I'm the Joker. He's Batman. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Who is afraid of the big black bat?
What are you doing, Mel?
I am looking for. I'm looking for something. I don't know what I'm looking for. I came in here for something and I can't remember what I came in for. So I'm looking everywhere to see what it is I need. I hate when I do that.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to go now.
Okay, thank you for coming out.
Thank you so much.
Oh, let me.
I'll see you soon. I love you.
Love
Thank you.
too. Have a good
Love
night.
you. Take care.
I'll let you know. I may ask you some questions about the tuning fork.
All right. Go.
All I know is there was a tuning fork and I didn't know there was different vibrations to them. I didn't know nothing about all that.
There's a whole lot of different vibrations to them, just like the sound bowls.
Actually, I haven't really got into that either.
There's a lot
Yeah, like
of
the sound
different
bowls.
frequencies. Mel, you're either going to have to sit down or mute.
I'm.
Thank you. You're going to drive me crazy. Sorry. It's the old lady come creeping out.
So anyway, yeah, the sound bowls and the tuning forks, they all have different frequencies. And you just got to know how to use them and what they're for. You got to research and usually I'll just listen to them on, the Tuba U.
I used to drive my mother crazy. You know what I used to do? I used to take metal, like certain kinds of metal bowls, and I would take a fork or a spoon, and I'd hit the side of it, and then we'd go ding. She'd go, "What are you doing?" I said, "I don't know. I kind of like the sound." It's just like I get pissed off at me because I'm around dinging shit around the house. Ding, dong, boing.
Somehow I feel like you and I were similar kind of kids. We were the kids that drove everybody crazy with our tapping and our wiggling and our noise making, and I was
I
that
know
kid
my brother
too.
drove me crazy. My brother drove me crazy. He would just take his head. He would do this. It made me want to flip out. When I was younger, I know he did it probably because, it was, his coping mechanism. Oh, hey, look, I'm doing it now. He'd go,
Yeah.
and I'm like, stop! So
I'm like,
stop!
don't do that! You're driving me crazy.
I'm like, Mom, tell him to stop. Tell him to stop. We were on a car ride like 2 hours one day, and she had to stop to the restroom. She goes, "You getting back in the car?" I was like, "No." "Why?" "I am not hearing that for another hour and a half. No, am I hearing it? I will walk home. I don't care how long it takes me. I am not hitting it no more."
Not happening.
Oh my! I mean, he was doing it for he would do it for hours on end.
Wow.
My,
Yeah, that would get on my nerves.
my middle child would go visit my sister, and my sister's house was the complete opposite from our house. And she'd go visit my little sister too, and that was a big trip too. When my kids went to her house, because they had a lot of strange rules. They were very religious and strict, and had weird stuff. Anyway, I'm the liberal one, right? So, but my middle child would go stay with my older sister, and she would come home and just say, "Oh, thank you, God," because my sister's house was so noisy. She just wasn't used to people talking loud and talking all over each other and fussing and fighting. And they ate out every night. They ate in front of the TV, which she couldn't even imagine how people didn't eat in front of the TV. And or they ate out for most of the meals. And she was like, "Mom, I just love her. But
You have no idea.
I need a rest. I can't go again for a while. I'll have to take breaks."
Bless her heart.
So my kids were so used to having a quiet house that they just didn't. I mean, it's not that we didn't allow them to watch a lot of TV or anything. We just didn't. And we all ate dinner together every night. And they had to talk to one another. I mean, they had to talk about their day and what was going on, and and then they could go off and do their things. And so they weren't used to that. My sister's undisciplined home, and then they had to go to my other sister's very disciplined home, and they weren't ever sure what to make of that either. They were afraid to talk because they were afraid they'd say the wrong thing. Because they had a lot of word rules. Like, everything was a bad word.
Oh.
Just regular words. Like, you couldn't refer to your rear end as your butt. That was a bad word. Just things like that. Most people wouldn't even think anything about. But she...
Oh, I would have said my fender.
Yeah.
My fender. My rear end.
My kundalini.
Yes.
My Kundalini. That's never gonna go away.
No.
Well,
The
my little sister had a thing she put on her TV to blank out the curse words. And so it would, if a curse word came up on something, which they hardly ever were allowed to watch anything that even might have a curse word, but just in case it did, it would show up it would bleep it, and then it would show up in another word, and it would be like clown toe or clown hat. And so they had a lot of fun. They had a lot of fun making fun of that after they got home, but you know. And they had to go to church with them, and they were used to going to our little quiet, ritualistic service, and then they went to this big giant mega church in Houston, which was
Lakewood.
no, I don't remember which. They lived right outside of. I don't remember now, but it was about 5,000 or 6,000 people, and it wasn't that big.
Yeah.
So, but it was still very different. And you know, they had the communion off in the corners, and people just got up and went and gave themselves communion as they felt like it or whatever. And then they had the band.
That's odd.
They had the bands and the slideshows and the whole. They had the auditorium style seating, and my kids were like, "This." It didn't feel like church to them, because they were used to going to a Lutheran church where you all sat in the pews next to one another, and you stood up, you sat down, you stand up, you sit down, you sing, you repeat, you sing the psalms, and you listen to the homily, and you hug everybody, and you go home, or you go eat, because Lutherans eat.
Go out to eat. Oh yeah.
Or we had potlucks a lot,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all those Germans, yeah, we cooked food.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, my poor kids, they were exposed. My youngest one, her best friend was a Wiccan. Paul, you were talking about that the other day. You said you kind of looked into that some.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I've got lots of friends that are Wiccans.
Yeah, and Katie was very interested in that. She kept asking me a lot of questions about that.
My sisters are Wiccans.
She was pretty fascinated with it, and she accidentally told my little sister, and of course she got the witch lecture and you're gonna go to hell lecture. So she learned real quick to be quiet.
Keep it to yourself, yeah.
But I told her, I said, they're worshiping the earth and nature, and that's God.
It's God. It's not. People think that witchcraft is evil. It's not.
No.
There are. I'm not going to say that there aren't people who do bad things with witchcraft, because there are. Of course there are. But that doesn't mean that all witchcraft is bad.
Well, again, everything is intent.
Right.
Yep.
But
my sister does protection spells for the whole family. My sister, she does protection spells. She does, she did. Her and my daughter got together one weekend, decided that my sister was going to change her eye color. And so they were doing the spell to change her eye color, and it actually changed her twin's eye color. And her twin's husband noticed that her eye color had changed and totally freaked out on her, because he was not having any truck with any kind of witchcraft.
She really did change her eye color?
She really did change her eye color. She really did change her eye color.
That's weird. Huh.
Well, they're twins, Twins have that special connection anyway.
Well, I know, but still.
Yeah.
She changed her sister's, but not
she changed her sister's, but not her own. Yeah, she was trying to change her own eye color, and she changed her sister's. Well, they're what they're called mirror twins. Yeah. So when they look in the mirror, they don't see themselves; they see their twin.
Yeah, that's really weird, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, my family.
Yeah,
My family was special. We were all odd as hell. Really odd.
Mine too. Mine too. We were accused of being witches. My mom, my sisters, and I were all three accused of being witches multiple times when I was growing up.
Well, I know my husband thought I was going to blow the house up several times, especially when I was making soap. You know, he was like, I can't sit outside, but
Yeah.
you know. And when I wanted to use the recipe out of my great auntie's kitchen book. You know, they used to have those kitchen books where they recorded every single thing they did every day. Like sold one egg to Joe down the road or whatever. And she had written down a soap recipe. And so what she was using was the rancid lard. And so I had to convert that into butter. And so I went out and bought all the butter, and I didn't let it go rancid. I mean, I used it clean, but I didn't know that it was going to smell like it smelled.
Yeah.
So
It's
when he got home, now you have to understand, this is a pretty large house. And it really reeked. And I had every window in this house opened, even upstairs. And you could still, that's all you could smell was that rancid butter.
rancid. Yeah.
And I had to use like $500 worth of essential oils to make the soap smell good.
To get rid of that rancid smell. Yeah.
And so, and it finally dissipated out of the house. I ended up washing all the curtains and everything. And but that was the best. And actually, then I went ahead and French milled it. I grated it and then remelted it and remolded it. And that was the best soap I ever in my life made.
Huh.
Lasted forever. And it was so soft on your skin. It was like all my friends just came and took it all up, you know.
Yeah.
Once I got enough oils into it, the soap, it actually smelled good. But until then, I'm telling you, he came home from work and he's like, I'm moving out.
He's like, this is not going to work for me.
And he's like, you look like a witchy woman in here stirring that crap up.
What are you cooking up, woman? You're going to kill us all.
I made soap and lotions and ointments and tinctures and teas. I had a lot of, just old-fashioned treatments that, like compacts and little muslin bags of herbs and sleep bags and sleep masks. I made all that stuff and gave it to people because I felt bad charging them for it, And then he finally told me that it was costing me half my salary.
It's like, you are working for nothing, lady. Yeah.
But again, you have to remember that was back in the day when you could go and buy, like a 500 ml bottle of lavender for $11.
Yeah.
And I think the last bottle I bought was 300 mils and it was $122.
Yeah. This is not cheap anymore at all.
And then they started selling the designer oils that said that they were the only true oils, and they were selling for a half ounce was around $26 or $8 each, something like that. I'm like, no, I'm going to use my brands I've always used, and yes, they've gone up, but they don't cost that much.
Yeah.
But my daughter, my oldest one, she still makes all her own. Oh my goodness.
Oh my word.
Somebody is sad.
My goodness.
Yeah. Somebody got too close to the kitties. They're too close to the babies.
Mama's like, I'll whoop your ass.
Yeah.
Stay away from my babies.
Anyway, she still makes her own cleaning products and, washes their clothes and their dishes and their floors, and she still does all that. I gave that up. I did
Gave that up.
when Myers came out with all their stuff,
Yeah.
they're just as good as anything I make, in my opinion. So,
Yeah.
and I don't have to make it.
You don't have all that labor intensive
Mm-hmm.
and the mess to have to clean up.
All my kids pretty much use those. I think even Tara has gotten to where she goes to Drug Emporium and buys it now when she's too busy, because her kids are every direction. They go all the places. And she's a busy, busy mom. So, wow. I hope the babies are okay.
Yeah.
Well, Rudy's fine. He's laid out on the sofa in the house, so he's out of trouble. Anyway,
He's not the one that's in trouble. So that's good.
no, he's been altered, so he stays out of trouble.
Yeah.
It's the other ones that.
That new kitty, maybe he was causing problems, maybe.
Well, they quit beating up on him about 3 months ago. He just was determined to stay.
He's like, look, you guys can beat me up all you want to. I'm not going. I like this place.
So I think it might have been somebody else. There's a lot of cats in my neighborhood. So, I told my grandson he was going to have to take care of everything while we're gone, because my youngest, her partner's having open heart surgery about a couple of weeks before we leave, so she's going to have her hands full. She has to have surgery, and then he's having open heart surgery. So,
Wow.
yeah, their household has been kind of turned upside down. He's 45, but he ended up with myocarditis from somewhere, and it caused his valve to fail. So he's going to have a valve replacement.
Yeah, they say eventually I'm going to have a valve replaced because I have trigeminy.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that the extra heartbeat will end up wearing the valve out, but they're not too worried about it right now.
Well, in some cases now, they are able to go up and do it like they do a heart cath with a trans cath.
Yeah.
And so they don't have to do open heart.
Yeah, they can do it laparoscopic.
Yes, and I think that's amazing.
It is amazing.
George, because his heart was infected, they don't want to put a collar on it. They want to completely replace it, and the only way to do that is by open.
It's open heart. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, he only has one kidney. He was born with only one kidney. So we're not going to worry about him. We're going to tell him that he's going to be perfectly fine.
Absolutely.
It's just her little RN head is going crazy.
Yeah, because she knows all the different things that can go bad. She knows.
She's worked with it. She's seen it and knows it. But she's going to have a DNC. She's got endometriosis so bad that...
Bless her heart.
They can't just leave her on the progesterone forever, so they're going to have to do something else. And I'm hoping that's going to, because you know how it is here in Texas with all the weird laws.
Yeah, I do.
And we're a little bit concerned.
Yeah, because they say that you have to have health issues before they'll do a DNC now, which is ridiculous because by the time you're having health issues, then you've got other things going on besides needing the DNC.
Right, which is why they've waited as long as they have with her. They've waited until she's just been miserable for almost a year because she's young and she's never had children. And so
Yeah.
it's just been hard on her. This last year's been rough on them. And so
Keep them in my thoughts and prayers.
well, thank you. They need it. Bless their hearts. They're so cute. But again, she's, they're not married and they're living together. So
How terrible. No, I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm not
Oh,
like that.
no.
I'm not
Oh,
kidding.
no.
I've told you about my family.
Yeah, I know.
It's been
Yeah.
rough. It's been kind of rough. So,
Well, I have an aunt that went from being a Wiccan to being a minister to being nothing. So, I've got weird in my family too. So,
she went.
my mom's sister went from being a witch to being a minister to now she doesn't believe in anything.
Anything at all?
Nothing. She's like, when you die, you die. That's it. That's all there is to it.
You cease to exist.
Yeah.
So what is?
I'm like, well, I'm sorry that you feel that way.
So what is?
Won't see you later then.
What does she think the purpose of it is? There is no purpose.
No purpose. There's
We're
no
just
purpose to any of it. We're just, we're just something that happened to happen on, the planet and, whatever, I'm like, okay. She's like a pendulum, it swings whatever direction you sling it in. She whatever people that she's around, that she hangs around with, what they believe in, she basically believes in. She doesn't really have her own beliefs, which is really sad.
Well, yeah, it is. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, that's my mom's youngest sister. Now my mom's oldest sister, she's totally like a Bible thumper, like she's Church of Christ. Let's just say that much.
Okay. Yeah, that's all you have to say. That's what 50% of my town is.
Yep.
50% is, well, the other 45% is Baptist, Southern Baptist, and then there's 5% of the Catholics and the Lutherans. We have a fair sized Lutheran community. Fair. There's 3 churches. For my size town, that's a pretty good percentage, I guess. But yeah, the Church of Christ here they ruled the town. We have
it was like that when I was young. The Church of Christ, they were the town I grew up in, Cleburne. That was mostly there was 4 Church of Christ in Cleburne, one in Joshua, and then one in Burleson. So there was a lot of churches in the Johnson County area. There were a whole lot of Church of Christ in the Johnson County area.
They're on every corner, literally every corner. We do have a few Pentecostal, Unitarian, and then we even had a gay church here for a little while, but that didn't last long.
Didn't last long.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
No, not here. But we have 3 universities, and they're all religious based. One is Church of Christ, one is Southern Baptist, and the other one is Methodist. So the Church of Christ University we have here is huge. There's people come from all over the country to come to this university.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much what makes our city as big as it is. It wouldn't be that big if we didn't have all
The
these.
university.
Yeah, yeah. And a lot of them end up living here, staying here, because it is so church based. And businesses, everything is set up based around the church. And the hospital I work for is Baptist. And they have, their motto is the healing ministry of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
There's plaques like every single where in the hospital.
Same thing with the Adventist in this area.
Mm. You know
Big
what?
Adventist college in Keene.
We have some Mormons moving it. They built a humongous church out in one of the suburbs around here, which was a lot. There was a lot of controversy about it at the time within the town, but they seem to all have settled down because it brought a bunch of doctors in.
Yeah.
So we needed the doctors, so they just made them hush about it. And it's huge. That church is giant. It takes up about 4 or 5 acres. The campus. It's really big, and it's always full. So, everybody got quiet. What are you doing, Brim?
Sitting here,
Okay, well,
listening,
Sitting there.
listening to the hens.
yeah, I missed Jaya. I noticed she was on, but I didn't.
Yeah, I saw that she was on. It said that she was on. I think she's doing her own live.
Oh, she is.
I think that's what it said, that she was inviting me to her live.
She's not doing a bonfire, is she? That I know
I
of.
don't know. Not that I know of.
Well, and I saw that Robin was on too, but he wasn't on a live, so I didn't. Because I've been missing his lives the last 2, 3 ones. And he doesn't stay on at very. He goes to bed at like 9:30.
Yeah.
He doesn't stay on very late. He usually comes on in the afternoon for his lives. My whole backyard has been drenched in the bubble gum aroma.
Huh.
Isn't that weird?
That is weird, bubblegum aroma.
It's like somebody dropped a bubblegum bomb right over the top of my yard. What does that mean?
I don't know. That's strange.
I have no idea.
It just hit. It's like the most bizarre thing.
Maybe the fairies are saying they want some bubblegum.
No, they know I haven't played with them yet tonight, so I don't know. Weird. The moon is still so big and beautiful. It's huge. Okay, love you guys. It's 11:31.
All right, love you,
y'all.
honey.
I will see you guys later on. I'm gonna go tend to this headache.
All right, feel better, sweetie.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
See you later. Well,
Now it's just us chickens.
right. Oh, I think we'll call it a night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody seems to be tired.
It's one of those. It seems like it's one of those days where it's just like blah today. Just blah.
It has. I woke up at 4 o'clock and I was like, oh my God, what hit me? I felt like somebody hit me with a freight train.
Well, my keratin, it gets here every morning at 10 o'clock, so I have to be up at 10 o'clock. So even if I only went to sleep at 9:45, I have to be up at 10 o'clock. And that's usually how it goes, too. I don't get sleepy until just before I have to get up. I'm like, ugh.
I've been going to sleep till like 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, which is not good. I've been trying to switch my schedule, but it's not working very well.
Well, this with my seizure disorder, insomnia comes along with it. So it's one of the things that you just have to get used to not being able to sleep. So I've been like that my whole life. Usually I'll get like 2 or 3 hours of sleep, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm up for the rest of the day now, So
Alright. That's kind of what happens. I gotta hunt around for my remote for my TV.
uh-oh.
I have no idea where it went. It was on the bed, and now I cannot find it.
I do that. I used to lose mine all the time until I got a little thingy. See, I got this little case to go on it, and it has a little rubber dilly, so I can
Right.
hang it up. So I hang it up so I have it right where it's always at. So I quit losing the damn thing. It also glows in the dark, so if it's dark in here, I can see it in the dark. Let's see
I'm
if
gonna
I
get a
can show you.
pager for it.
See it glow in the dark?
Yeah.
Yeah. It glows. Uh-oh. What? There we go.
I don't
Yeah.
even know where it went. I mean, I have no idea, but I'm gonna rip this room apart.
You'll find it. It'll show up.
Alright, it's been a good night, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Good night, Bram. Good night,
Good
Paul.
night.
Take care of yourself. Love ya.
You
Good night.
too. Love y'all. Good night.